Hello. Hello. Time to continue with Polaris Bond today, part 2. Man, I'll say this right now. Not a good night's sleep last night. I couldn't sleep at all. Okay, well, no, saying I couldn't sleep at all is kind of... Yeah. But it was... I had a tough time sleeping last night. So, there's a good chance I might end up yawning here and there throughout this reading for today. Hang on, I gotta blow my nose. Wait, I'm gonna move myself real quick. Okay. Oh man. Alrighty. What's the date today? 28th, right? Basically. Holy, New Year's is just right around the corner. Alrighty. Let's do this. There's going to be a lot of reading done for today. A lot. So, you know, get some snacks, get some drinks ready, and prepare yourself to listen to my magnificent, not so magnificent, and not so beautiful voice. Ready? Proverbs. At least we're starting off with a combat stage, so that's something. Oh, get to play as Chrome and Liv. Cool. Right, so we left off with Du Hong shooting Chu right in the chest. On September 26th, Jiao Chuan killed Duke Ling at Taoyuan. I try my best to pronounce these names and whatnot to the appropriate way, with the appropriate language, as my way of showing respect to the language and to the culture. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Dun, who had not ventured through the mountains of the kingdom's borders, returned. The grand historian documented Zhao Dun murdered his king, and this record was presented to the court. Zhao Dun said, "That is not true." The historian responded, "As the chief commander, you fled without leaving the kingdom and returned without punishing the traitor. Who else could it be?" Zhao Dun lamented, "Alas, as the poem goes, my sentiments brought this upon me. This perfectly encapsulates my predicament." This excerpt is from an ancient Kowloong book. With my limited writing skills, I cannot capture the full causes and repercussions of this war, nor can I adequately narrate the events in my own language. I can only rely on this passage from an ancient Kowloong book to provisionally document what has transpired. When the truth unravels in the future, it will not be too late for those who come after to rectify my narrative. There are no living beings in Tabula Akasha. While such a statement was entirely correct in the past, it may not be entirely accurate now. Once isolated and desolate, this place has now turned into the last refuge for the people of Kowloong. Hence, the precise expression of this statement should be: there are no living beings in the data space of Tabula Akasha. And Monarch of Kowloong also died here. After Du Hong publicly shot Chu, the central control room descended into a deathly silence akin to an ice cave. The turn of events has gone beyond everyone's expectations. Without the monarch of Kowloong, what should we do? Some people think that Babylonia's lackey fired out of nowhere. Some people think she deserved it for what she had done. Some people think without Chu, what will become of Tabula Akasha and Huashu next? Others think. Amidst the prevailing silence, people disperse, leaving two wordless figures gazing at each other. You killed her. I did. You were supposed to be loyal to Kowloong. Lady Chu trusted you so much. But you betrayed her. Betrayed Kowloong. The girl coldly gazes at her aunt, though she has only met her a few times. Babylonia. And you killed Lady Chu. Despicable. You regicide. I only did what I must do. What happened? By the time Chao Feng and you hear the gunshot and rush there, Chu is already sprawled on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. Hey, Tinkan. Good day to you too. Good to see you. The waters be calm today. Chao Feng also finds himself stunned by the scene before him, rendered speechless. Take out your comms terminal. Save her first. There's no point. Du Hong trembles as she engages the safety on the lock and then drops it to the ground. The emblems of Babylonia and the world government on the gun's grip flicker faintly under the dim light of the control room. This gun is exclusively used by the purifying force in the Parliament for executions. Once it hits a construct's mechanical heart, this bullet will immediately shut down their functions, without causing any pain. Why did you kill her? I must do it. I must do so. Sometimes convincing oneself demands more courage and exacts a heavier price than convincing others. In Kowloong, all the deceased end up in the same destination. Du Hong's gaze turns toward a tightly sealed room, a place Chu had never allowed anyone to enter before. Their mind data must be uploaded. If opening the gate to Tabula Akasha was part of Chu's plan, then she had to see this game through to the end. But with the chess player gone, how will the game continue? Thud. Dust cascades from the towering concrete walls of the control room. The noise is so deafening that it even shakes this formidable fortress. It's coming from outside. Usabeni, on your guard! The comms terminal, which you intended to use to contact Liv and Wansha for help, suddenly lights up. Kamui, these hetero creatures have gone crazy all of a sudden, making a beeline for the control room. We're stalling them as much as we can. Stay there and don't move. Kamu's furious roar reverberates through the terminal, striking at the hearts of all present. These hetero creatures are either drawn to something specific, or someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Something's off, Commandant. We just barely picked up on a communication signal from Cerberus and the engineering force in the outer region. They can't break through from the front right now. Strikehawk is still in the northwest engineering tunnel. It will take some time to clear the path through. Leave here to us, Captain. Alright. Lee and Lucy have already moved toward the control room from the third outer passage. Hold tight. I'll head back to support you shortly. They're coming. Chrome's call ends. Correspondingly, the previous quiet control room immediately descends into chaos. Pulau, Zisha, get everyone who can move to help. Set up the spot immediately, utilize the terrain, and get ready for defensive measures. Meanwhile, another call comes in. Commandant, are you alright? I'm fine. How about you? Lucia and I are on our way back to the control room, central control room, about 3.5 minutes away. Kowloong crew is setting up defenses. Liv is with us too. Don't worry too much. What exactly happened? These hetero creatures suddenly started another wave of attacks. If you must know, Chu was just killed. This is what happened. Lucia's face displays a complex expression, though it is hard to discern as they are moving quickly. We're almost there, Commandant. Please, you must stay safe and wait for us to return. Wait for us, Isabeni. A determined gleam shines in Lucia's eyes, a gaze that you must cling to no matter what. I will be right here, Lucia. Bzz, bzz. Due to the constant punishing signals, even short-range communications have been disrupted. Which means the onslaught of hetero creatures is imminent. Chu, who had collapsed to the ground, is also brought to the small room by Duhang. The panicked crowd gradually gathers in the room deep within the hall. If the control room is breached, and if the breakout teams led by Strike Hawk and Yazoo fail to clear out the engineering tunnel in the northwest and meet with Cerberus and engineering force outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. What? You must. Who is it? Voice whispers in your ear, akin to drifting duckweed sinking into the sea, directly permeating your consciousness. However, scanning your surroundings, you find no one nearby who could be speaking to you like this. As a variable, you must shoulder the duties of a variable. This familiar feeling of your mind beacon being forcibly intruded. This sensation of something touching your consciousness. Employing the spear of FOS to infiltrate the Commandant's link. Takeover succeeded. It was back then in City 75. At the moment when Lucia confronted Alpha. As if your hands are no longer under your control, they reach for your throat and strangle you. You begin to suffocate as oxygen leaves your brain, dimming your vision. Chaos takes over your mind. Disorderly orders and illogical logic begin to fill your entire consciousness all at once. It's the same feeling as when your consciousness was touched back then. Unlike the chaotic and painful surge of thoughts at that time, however, it feels like drifting in a warm sea. Chu? Do what you must, Chief. We are here. Right here. Like a mirage, various human-like figures appear before your eyes. Who are you? We are nothing but data. We exist between life and death. Before the other side, we stand as the final threshold. We will do everything we can to help you. Why? Chu chose to trust you. But why did Chu choose to trust me? We even had ideological conflicts a few years ago. Not sure, but Chu chose to trust you. And so will I. We. But isn't Chu already? In Tabula Akasha, death is not the end. We will not go to the other side, nor will you. It feels like something departs from your consciousness, and the data images that had appeared before your eyes vanish along with it. Everyone, stay on your toes! Everyone stands prepared for combat at the front door of the control room. Behind us lies everything left in Kowloong. This must not be our end. Commandant, pick up the gun from the ground. Yeah. Those clutching guns, knives, hoes, wrenches in each other's hands. Summon your courage. Grip your weapons tight. Tabula Akasha Central Control Room. To fight or to die. 30 minutes till Huashu's firewall collapses. There you go.
落ち着いて考えましょう。予想通りの攻撃ですね。
私も行けます。
落ち着いて考えましょう。
The elevator. Someone's getting off the elevator. Oh shit!
この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
私も行けます。
Save all that you can. You can't save everyone.
私の視界の外へ落ち着いて考えましょう。この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
So many lives were lost. Keep going, Lou. We should be able to start the elevator. Hey, Redot. Investigate. What did I miss? Well, it was just immediately after Duhong shot Chu.
予想通りの攻撃ですね。
After Chu had fallen from Duhong, the hetero creatures started to go crazy. An unexpected attack happened because of them. So now they're breaking through. Commandant, the player character, you get someone intruding into your consciousness. It was the data mines from the Tabula Akasha telling you that they will help you, they will do everything in their power to help you because Chu trusts you. Or chose to trust you. So now we're fighting back against the hetero creatures. Chu is inside a specific room, inside the controls room here. Like in a back room, being kept safe. Du Hong took her body there. Ex Machina. Lee! Sniper support. Oh, there's Yaza. Get out of there, Commandant. Damn, Lee? Use your fucking ult on two hetero creatures. Or two corrupted. The firewall has collapsed. Delayed. Pulao. By the time you see Pulao, she is already surrounded by corpses and debris. The hetero creatures and corrupted are slowly pulling back after the initial wave of assaults. Pulao, fall back! Lee, cover her! Lee, stationed high in the control room, shoots a bullet, ripping open massive wounds on the hetero creatures surrounding Pulao. They writhe for a moment before collapsing. However, Pulao, seemingly unsatisfied, calls back her dragon axe and leaps into a fresh fight. I'll go. No, just leave her be. Xiaofang holds back Chrome, who is on the verge of raising his gun to stop Pulao, and gazes toward her. She's already lost too much. Let her vent her anger. She swings the dragon axe, so large compared to her body size, repeatedly and silently. As long as there is one enemy in her sight, she will persist until everything is utterly obliterated. So, what's the reason exactly? The mechanoid who is still unconscious. She rescued and took Pulao in on the Niter. Without her, Pulao might have died on the Niter long ago. She's likely the only person Pulao can consider family in this world. Family. Are you talking about the mechanoid called Hanying? Even Lee couldn't really find a way to repair her. That small, fragile figure stands alone on the battlefield. Since Hanying was stabbed by the mechanoid who calls himself Shules, she's been in a coma, only exhibiting some routine circuit signals. From that moment on, Pulao has never uttered another word. She has simply been executing her duty in silence. Child. Before your eyes, two faint shadows appear near Pulau. Who's there? What? When you shake your head again, the two shadows disappear. Oh, I wonder if that's her parents. You can see them too? A person in worker's attire approaches you, clutching a chipped crowbar. Despite his age, his eyes retain a bright and resolute gleam. Oh, it's Master Su. Hey, can you see those shadows too? The old man points toward Pulau in the distance. I think I just saw some shadows moving. Can you see them? I can't see hers, but I can see mine. I'm not the only one. Ma's granddaughter can see hers too. Those are shadows of the dead. Sometimes I also see such shadows appear around me. Shadows of the dead. Yeah, it's the data mines inside the inside Akasha. You mean those two shadows that appeared near Pulau just now? They are related to Pulau? Yeah, it's her parents. The old man offers a wistful smile and releases a deep sigh. Probably. So does that mean that Pulau herself can also see those shadows? Father. It's only for a moment, but a similar shadow flickers near the old man. You saw it, right? In this realm where virtuality and reality intersect, some things can no longer be explained by common sense. Yes. Just now that shadow appeared right beside you. What's wrong, Commandant? After confirming no more fire support is needed, Lee stands concerned by your side. After you entered Tabula Akasha, have you seen some blurry shadows? Lee gazes at you with a serious look and shakes his head. No. Me neither. No, I haven't. Could it be a problem with your mind beacon? Doesn't seem like it. If there was a problem, you all would have sensed it too. Are you experiencing any physical discomfort? No. Strange. We just have this familiar feeling. I see dead people. What, in the sixth sense? It's kind of like that time in City 75. You mean? Lee's eyes instantly light up in alertness. Huashu? It's possible. We need to prepare precautions immediately. Lucia, Liv, there's no need for now. This Huashu doesn't appear as hostile as before. And they seem to want to show me something. Are you sure, Commandant? Lee's brows stay furrowed, while Lucia and Liv appear perplexed. Although you are unsure of what Huashu and these shadows of the dead intend to show you, a sense of premonition, or perhaps curiosity, compels you within. Involuntarily, your gaze is drawn to the small room where Chu's body rests. If these shadows are the dead uploaded to Tabula Akasha, yes, I'm sure. If I sense any danger, I'll let you know immediately. After all, you've been together this whole time, right? We've been together. So, what does the dead, she, want to show you? Maybe it's because you have something to do with all of us. That's why you can see them. But we don't believe in that. The old man squeezes the crowbar in his hand. Maybe it's something to do with us. You have something to do with us. Maybe it's because of the affection story from Chu. You've been registered as Chu's husband. Spouse, I should say spouse. Because, you know, Commandant could either be a male or female, depending on who's playing. Depending on who's playing. Yeah! There you go. There's your canon. There's your canon right there. That's the reason. No other reason. The dead is dead. There's such a place for the dead to return to. The place they truly belong should be within the hearts of us, the living. Our time is running out. Huashu's, Tabula Akasha's time is running out. Do what you must, Chief. The words before your eyes slowly fade away, leaving only echoes in your mind. These people who exist between life and death, why are they so fixated on me? Commandant, right? A gentle hand tugs at your sleeve from behind. Ying? You woke up? She barely holds herself up, her breath feeble. Yet a faint, bitter smile lingers on her face. I saw them. Yo-Yo. They are right beside Yo-Yo. Han-Ying, your injury. Han-Ying trembles as she grips your hand. You're shaking. Liv, is there any way a mechanoid can... No. I shouldn't be your concern now. This contains her memories of her parents and of Kowloong. Upload them into Tabula Akasha. Upload them into Tabula Akasha. Please, you must. With her final ounce of strength exerted, she slumps beside you, still wearing a peaceful smile. Her hand, scarcely distinguishable from a human's, loosens its hold on you. A small storage device is left in your palm with a slightly faded tassel attached. Fushi, hurry! Naturally, the medics cannot treat mechanoids. However, ever since Han-Ying fell unconscious, even the Fushi crew of Kowloong haven't been able to restart her. But upon noticing the two shadows beside Pula, she regained her senses and fought to pass the storage device to you. She asked me to upload this into Tabula Akasha. Leave it to me, Uzabeni. Duhong, who has been guarding the room where Chu's body is kept, speaks. At this moment, she is clutching another storage device in her hand, but the one she holds appears more damaged and savage. Everything I've done is for Tabula Akasha. Be it Huainan, Suhu, or Chu. Only the dead can enter Tabula Akasha, and the dead must enter Tabula Akasha. Damn! Look at that long-ass thing. Eulogy. I feel like if the reason why they made it like this large gap is for you to go through these next here, but I'm following the node numbers here. Well, I don't know. What do I do here? I'm at a crossroad right now. Did she shoot Chu to get into Akasha? That's what it sounds like, yeah. Earlier, when you weren't here, she was saying she did what she had to do. She did what she must. That's what Duhong said. I did what I had to do. Or I did what I must. Something like that. Maybe that was the plan all along. Read the preview, see if there's a time skip. Well, not for the battle one, but this one. This one's talking about Chu. And this one's a complete, like, backstory, or complete, like, flashback to Project Gestalt. But the node numbers are different. This one says 15, and this one's 13. So I'm not sure whether or not, because of this large gap in between, I feel like they're kind of like leading you to read these two first, or go through Silent Night, Witching Hour, and then Eulogy over here. Let me look at Huashu.app. I'm looking at Huashu just to... I'm asking Huashu to help me with the story. You know what, I'll just follow the node numbers. Maybe it's telling you when you do go back to read them, that's where they go. I see. I guess. We'll just follow the node numbers. We'll just follow in order. Go 13. Eulogy. Ooh. Look at this ice team, bro. Where's Isla, though? Where's Chu? Computing core is destroyed. I cannot describe war to you, for the cruelty of war sometimes lies not in its process, but in its outcome. I can recount how those around me fell to the red claws of the punishing virus. Old meta team. Old meta ice. or how those in the medical tents, trembling on the brink of death, left their final words. Or I can tell you about a piece of paper I picked up, written in childish handwriting, with a girl's last wish of leaving a cake at home for her mother, and the torn cloth on her body for her father, though her parents and home had been long engulfed by the punishing virus. Suffering and struggle have painted the backdrop of our history. Countless words have been written to document suffering over thousands of years. However, the only meaning of suffering is to awaken our resolve to fight on and continue living. Beyond that, suffering carries no meaning. Thus, I refuse to document suffering. I feel sorrow for those tormented by it. They are my people. But I also refuse to let my pen document a history steeped in the suffering of my people. This is my last shred of conscience. When only a few constructs could fight alongside us, they nearly paved the way with their own flesh and blood. None of them would willingly retreat from the front line. Each of them is a hero. We may be able to hide in this control room for a while, but we cannot hide forever. Holding the ground here is merely a stopgap solution. Though some harbor hostility toward those from Babylonia, because Babylonia sent someone to murder Chu. There is no doubt that the one known as Usabeni has indeed turned the tide of the battle to some extent. Of course we have. We are the MC after all. Yes, this is Kowloong, but Kowloong must go beyond this. After withstanding the fiercest wave of hetero creatures' assaults in the central control room of Tabula Akasha, the frenzied rush toward the core of Tabula Akasha has significantly abated. Some even appear to be falling back. Opportunities in war are fleeting. Just minutes ago, Grey Raven seized the moment of the hetero creature's withdrawal and pushed through to the surface of Tabula Akasha, meeting up with the Strike Hawk members in the Northwest Engineering Tunnel. Now, apart from vital security measures, the remaining combat forces in Tabula Akasha have regressed the front line to the surface beneath the dome of Tabula Akasha. According to the Grand Engineering Blueprint designed by Norman Mining Corp., the optimal evacuation route remains through the Northwest Engineering Tunnel that leads to the mountains on the other side. While the lifeline hasn't been entirely reclaimed, the interference from the punishing signal has notably diminished, enabling you to establish a tenuous connection with the engineering force and support force on the opposite side of the tunnel. Yeah, they mentioned earlier in the previous node that Cerberus is here too, like just outside of, like, in the outer regions of Kowloong. Hey, Karenina. Hello. You are setting. Hello? Signal, right? Hello? Swear word. A loud noise erupts from the other end of the call, drowning out Karenina's voice. However, the communication quality appears to improve afterward. Hello? The signal on your end is horrible. Is Kowloong's network condition really this poor? What was that just now? Captain, they're about to use up all the explosives, you know. Who cares about saving explosives at a time like this? Use them all! Usabeni, Babylonia's satellite can't pinpoint your exact location on the surface. What's the name of this mountain again? Something like Wutong Mountain? Because it's so secluded, there are barely any hetero creatures or corrupted around here. She hit the terminal to get it to work. Don't you know that's how you get everything to work? Like, if your remote isn't working for the TV, just smack your remote. It's so funny how that does actually help sometimes. Like, that does happen with my TV remote. When it doesn't work, I just give it a smack. Like a nice little smack, and then it starts working again. I remember a viewer once telling me, like, why that works. Or how that works. Like, the circuitry inside it gets, like, gets readjusted or something from the smack. Also, just really quick, I really love Karenina Sire design. It's really nice. That's good to hear. When can you dig through? About 2 hours and 17 minutes later. Karenina's answer makes you gasp in worry. 2 hours. You have to endure the onslaught of the hetero creatures for another 2 hours. Oh god, it's like surviving Lusum all over again. Every minute, the people of Kowloong are paying with their blood, and you can't even imagine it after 2 hours. Zara does not dream of bunny girl constructs. She's so cute. She's our favorite Sun Sun. We're currently blasting a path through the middle of the mountain to reach the engineering tunnel as quickly as possible. This is the optimal solution according to Gestalt's analysis. I'm doing everything I can. Also, Norman Mining Corp surely used some good materials here. Way too good for the place, I'd say. This mountain isn't just rock. It looks ancient, but it's packed with reinforced alloys. Hello, Karenina? What? Can't you see I'm busy here? I've brought the explosives and thermite charges you asked for. Alright, thanks. Teddy, go take a look. Thank you for everything you've done. Can you guys still hold up? We have to, even if we can't. We'll try to stay alive for now. I'll figure out the rest. Conditions allow. Damn it. It'd be faster if we could blast directly downward from the surface. That's not possible. The surface is filled with hetero creatures. Not only would it be dangerous for you to breach from there, but we also can't flatten the city of Kowloong. Of course I know that. That's why I said... Buzz, buzz. Karenina? Buzz. Karenina, can you hear me? Buzz. The communication is cut off again. Commandant! Detected a punishing signal. Wait. This isn't a punishing signal. Paul? Liv keeps adjusting the device beside her. It's not just her. The Fushi crew members on the field also notice anomalies in their instruments. What is it this time? We picked up a high-cover signal from an unknown source. A signature code. The familiar feeling in your mind resurfaces, yet this time it is not mild but urgent and harsh, stirring a surge of intense pain within. Chief. Get ready to calibrate the mind beacon. It's Hwashu. Cannot hold back. He is dangerous. An intense sensation of suffocation grips your chest. In contrast to the previous experience when Hwashu nearly strangled you by manipulating hands, this time the suffocation emanates from the depths of Hwashu. It appears not to be Hwashu's intent. Such devastation. This was not my intention. Never mind, not Schulz. Mr. Benny. It's not her. It's someone else. Quick. Run. Help. Burning. I will have my revenge. Oh, it is Schulz. I will live. I will execute humanity's death sentence. Execution. The blood-red words etched onto your retina are the last thing you remember before slipping into unconsciousness. Well, I guess I think that's Schulz, because he said... I think he was saying that same sort of thing back in the meeting room when he blew up. Or maybe... Well, it said question marks above the name during that time, so it might not be directly from Schulz, but, like, I don't know. But it's the same lines, I will have my revenge. Actually, no, it was Schulz that was saying that. And then Pulao, like, bisected him. So it might be... Why do I second guess myself? Like, just stay confident with your... Just stay confident. According to the plan Commandant had before, separate, break through the enemy line. Strike Hawk's mission is complete. We'll be right there. Leave the rest of it to the engineering force. Oh god. The flames of war. Commandant, please be safe. I can't let them do that, no matter what it takes. I believe in you, Commandant. Who was... Oh, it might be Wansha. That might have been Wansha that was like groaning in pain over there. Lucia's coming. Hang on, Plume's on her way. Growing. The number has been growing since. Try to come on, Wansha. Just dodge. Forehead.
退きなさい。
月見つけましたよ。
この程度じゃ。カラスマよ。私の刃になってください。
Your support, Wansha. Please don't die.
見つけましたよ。
We need you for the heals. Ow.
この一撃で。
今回は眠るつもりはないよ。早めに寝ればその分早めに。そうない。
カラスマよ。私の刃になってください。
I haven't seen them use their ults at all. Come on, guys, use your ults.
先人のカラスマ。
How about I switch?
この程度じゃ。
Oh my god, your health, brother. Wansha, please.
目を閉じて
Stop.
安らかに眠れ。もう寝る時間だよ。
私の視界の外へ行かないでください。
Healer, by the way.
落ち着いて考えましょう。
激さ
カラスマよ。
この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
先人。
月見つけましたよ。
Switching between them freely like this.
先人のカラスマ。
Oh my god, is the quick swap tech. Holy shit.
この程度
It's
じゃ。
like I'm playing Woo.
月見つけまし
I'm
たよ
just。kidding. I don't even do that quick swap shit. I'm just big
早
chillin'
めに寝れ
with
ば
rotations.
その分早めに。そうにないね。
カラスマよ。私。
この一撃
激殺する。
Oh, look at him. He used his ult.
カラスマよ。私の刃になって。
激殺する。目を閉じて安らかに
Chariot has
眠れ。
made its return.
カラスマよ。私の刃になって。
激殺する。目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。
私の視界の外へ行かないでください。
この程度じゃ。先人のカラスマ。
Oh my god, there's someone on top of it. I just noticed.
見つけましたよ。
There's a soldier on top of it.
退きなさい。
月見つけましたよ。
カラスマよ。私。
この一撃
激殺する。目
Oh,
を閉じ
nice.
て安らかに。
カラスマよ。
この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
今回は眠るつもり。
この程度じゃ。
激殺。
カラスマよ。
この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
I like that he's like a sniper, but he's fighting front lines. He's like right there in their face. Inside these porcelain textured corrupted are all mechanical devices. Even getting even crazier since just now. Feels like there's someone
この
around
程度
here.
じゃ。
Who's there? Uh-oh. Ghost! I saw a ghost! Don't panic. Hold your ground. He passed through. Arm! Arm! Emerging from a deep unconscious state, you hear screams echoing throughout. How's the battle now? What happened? Commandant! Liv tightly clutches your hand, yet you turn your gaze toward her. Emmy Utraba fights melee. Liv. It's that next to you. A ghost. Boo, spooky. An orange-yellow shadow looms behind Liv, more distinct than the blurred shadows seen previously. Let's not talk about that. It should be no problem. Commandant, are you experiencing any discomfort? The data indicates no corruption in your mind beacon and all readings are normal. Liv reaches out her arm to touch your forehead, her hand gentle and warm. It feels like I just took a nap. But I think I heard Huashu's call for help. And Liv, this thing beside you. Liv offers a bitter smile, sweeping her arm through the yellow shadow beside her. Her hand glides through it effortlessly, yet the shadow remains unmoved. While you were unconscious, these indefinable and undetectable shadows started appearing in Tabula Akasha. I can't verify if your loss of consciousness is related to the appearance of these shadows, but it seems... Liv points to the medical tents behind her. Glancing around, amidst the bustling medics and injured people, you find the area teeming with these shadows. It's not just here. Many shadows like this have also shown up on the battlefield outside, so now everyone's starting to see it. But there are none around you, Commandant. Huh. As you prop yourself up and survey the surroundings, you discern that apart from the shadow behind Liv, the vicinity around you appears to be a clean zone in contrast to other areas. Why? Oh, they are all the dead within Tabula Akasha. A humanoid figure, more distinct than the shadows, materializes in the distance. Dark green hair, elegant and solemn attire, and that arrogant tone. It's Villiers. No, you're not Chu. We should have met before, Uzubeni. Villiers. You're the one who disappeared with Huashu and the Niter. When we were in Kowloong back then, Chu mentioned it was you who secretly took Huashu away. Is that so? I disappeared with Huashu later, huh? Why are you here? Weren't you dead? Has anyone told you that in Tabula Akasha death is not the end? Here, countless mind data and fragments of consciousness are stored, and I am one of them. All the humanoid figures you are seeing are projections of the mind data stored in Tabula Akasha's database, manifesting in the physical world. My Huashu has been attacked by an unknown source, causing these memory data leaks from Tabula Akasha. Do you still believe Huashu is yours to this day? Of course, she is my one and only perfect creation. I created her and I possess her. Otherwise, she wouldn't remember me. This man's obsession with Huashu has reached an unparalleled level. So, I need to reboot Huashu to save her. You don't think that I will buy that and help you, do you? You will. Because it's not just me who needs Huashu to be rebooted. Chu needs it too. Does she? Babylonia, President's Office, November 10th. 4 a.m.? Under the Parliament's stringent demands, the military has to dispatch additional teams to set up domain nodes near Kowloong Metropolis. However, this time neither Trillard nor Hassan possesses the firepower to shoot another bullet. The conclusion presented to Parliament is more realistic than the matter concerning the Forsaken. Huashu's existence is now confirmed, and there is a significant likelihood that the punishing virus will assimilate all data from Huashu and Tabula Akasha. Put out the lifeguard you saw by men. Should the punishing virus assimilate Huashu, it will likely be just a matter of time before it leverages Huashu to overthrow Gestalt, particularly considering the presence of the computing power lock and its complete capacity sealed behind it. To the residents of Babylonia, the looming threat of Babylonia's fall orchestrated by Luna, utilizing Huashu, appears more tangible than the specter of those 7,295 ballistic missiles. Moreover, given that Tabula Akasha houses vast data on Earth's life forms, no one knows what uncontrollable evolutions the Red Tide and hetero creatures might undergo based on it. If these events transpire, their consequences will be way more severe than the issue with the Forsaken. The Forsaken can't become a major threat overnight, but the Red Tide can. Allowing Watanabe to wield the Sword of Damocles is a far better choice than placing a butcher knife in the hands of humanity's enemy. Commander Nicola, has the war mobilization been issued? Yes. Nicola responds with a succinct acknowledgement. Ever since the Forsaken incident, the relationship between Nicola and Hassan has become subtly awkward. Their shared ideals remain unwavering, yet they are akin to two infinitely parallel lines. Perhaps they can only truly understand each other at the point at infinity, when the dream of reclaiming Earth and rebuilding a home comes true. Until then, one line must bear the weighty darkness. For the Parliament, this is indeed the only option. Even letting the Ascendants control Huashu is better than having Huashu help hetero creatures evolve. Just do what you can. I'll buy you as much time as possible. Leave the security arrangements for the domain nodes to me. Thank you, Commander Nikola. Nikola pauses for a moment before releasing a deep sigh. However, if the Department neglects Gestalt's advice and forcibly orders Gestalt to activate the longest arsenal, there will be nothing the military or I could do. That much I'm aware of. His then stares at the blue planet outside the window. From Babylonia's vantage point, she appears much like she did decades ago, devoid of the punishing virus and devoid of war. She is so beautiful that humanity can never leave her cradle. So, they must retreat. You've read the report? The transcendent known as Chu was assassinated by someone from the world government, a council member, and she's even from Kowloong herself. I really don't understand what this Chu did, or what she intended to do. Did you ever meet her when you were with the world government on the surface? No. It was already too late when I joined the world government. All I know is, Trillard once said that Kowloong acted as the counterweight that could measure other powers, and he had to handle it cautiously to offset other rising forces. Put Kowloong on one end of the scale, and it will gauge the weight on the opposite side. After the battle in Kowloong, and again this time, I now understand what made Trillard say that. Ding ding ding. That's a gapper. Holy, that's a big gap. Look at this line. 14. Jesus Christ. Different battlefields. 3 brilliant minds embodying past, present, and future embark on their journey, methodically dispersing the fog shrouding Hwashu. Whoa. Logical destruction rate of all sectors. I can't read that fast. Now, it's not just the punishing virus and those of us who survived in this underground city, but many ghosts have also appeared. Furthermore, the Villiers who saved the Niter also suddenly reappeared in this ghost form. I keep stammering and fumbling with my words. He had a long talk with the technician on Babylonia and a robot that looked like a vending machine. I don't really understand the technical details. After all, I'm just a historian. In the final conclusion, to thwart the punishing virus from acquiring Hwashu and to avert an unidentified network intrusion, we must find a way to redirect their assaults on Hwashu elsewhere. And that Villiers also claimed that Chu is still alive. Never before in your recollection has there been such a tumultuous scene. Following your graduation from FOS, while you may not have overseen large-scale battles encompassing hundreds of thousands of individuals, you do have experience in cooperative battles involving thousands. This time, however, from this high ground you see Kowloong soldiers clad in white uniforms, constructs from Babylonia, peculiar hetero creatures, and vibrant entities of mind data all converging on the same battlefield. It's akin to a pot of diverse spices and ingredients, cooked, crushed, and mixed together. What a chaos. It will get even more chaotic. Villiers, only a shadow now, says in his usual arrogant tone. Ultimately, the problem lies with Hwashu. On the other side, it's Asimov whom you managed to contact with the aid of reinforcements and the engineering forces, who are still trying to dig in. Is there any memory address that I can take a look? Hey, Xavier's here. On the opposite end of the table is an unfamiliar signal that abruptly established a connection with you 15 minutes ago. This mechanoid named Xavier also claimed to be a friend of Han Ying's. All of a sudden, Church of Machina steps in. Upon discovering that Han Ying had been harmed by another mechanoid, he immediately transmitted a blueprint programmed with Kowloong and general codes to the Fushi crew members present for treating the comatose Han Ying. You have 3 big brain bros with triple B. Shules. He betrayed his own kind. The Shules he's referring to is the mechanoid who backstabbed Han Ying and attempted a suicide attack. However, since 10 minutes ago, the conversation between these 3 has far surpassed your understanding. I should think so. The BLT. Huashu's memory address is classified. Don't you see the situation right now? I've mentioned it before. The Babylonian Parliament is now certain that Huashu and Chu still exist. They will never let Huashu, which can rival Gestalt, fall into the hands of the punishing virus. Even if Gestalt objects to deploying the Longinus arsenal, the Parliament holds the power to override Gestalt and authorize its use to physically obliterate Kowloong. You have no right to decide for Huashu. I'm not sure if you really have the guts to authorize the use of the Longinus arsenal and decimate Kowloong, but if you do so, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of those who are still living in Kowloong. Especially the wrath of that person. Can you only think of one thing at a time? It seems like you can't multitask in your thinking process. By the way, have you ever tried chatting with thousands of threads simultaneously? Question mark? Question mark? President Sen and I can only delay them as much as we can. Truth be told, the recent teams deployed have already brought down domain nodes under the Parliament's command. This is humanity. Destroying others out of fear, still as ugly as ever. I mean, is there a possibility that you talking about this now won't make things any better? Hey, Zero, why are you running off again? So, what exactly are you trying to say, Mechanoid? The way punishing virus corrupts data is different from how external data is injected, so it requires a different approach to handle. Over 80% of this place is made up of electronic components. The core unit of Huashu's data is also a logic circuit, and so is the control room of Tabula Akasha. Bingo! Essentially, you are inside a gigantic mechanical brain. So, the first thing you need to do is get rid of all the punishing virus inside this mechanical brain. Which means, hetero creatures are like parasites invading the brain. They must be dealt with by force. But what about the punishing virus that has corrupted the circuit components? We know how to handle the virus in construct circuits, but what about the ones in circuits and databases? Are you really from the Science Council? Villier's provocation instantly riles up Asimov, who usually always remains composed. Of course, it could also be due to Asimov's lack of sleep for the past few days. Man, get some rest. Are you? I used to be. In fact, when I worked in the Science Council, you probably weren't even born yet. You. Hey, did these two humans have some kind of history? Xavier abruptly initiates a private chat window with you, asking secretly. I'm not sure. It was a sort of professional rivalry. He actually just called him stupid. Handling the punishing virus in circuits and data systems shouldn't be through external forces. It must rely on the machinery and data itself. On a micro level, there are generally two ways to remove the punishing virus from pure mechanical devices and data systems. First is what you do with constructs, using the Inver device and that mind thing to connect with compatible human minds. How do you know all these details? Oh, well, I just did my homework. Don't touch that cable. Up, a bit higher. Anyway, the second method is, what mechanoids would do. In other words, let mechanoids' consciousnesses and cleaning programs remove the punishing virus themselves. Mechanoids' consciousnesses. Machines can do all this themselves. Of course, I know that. Asimov stares vigilantly at Xavier's pixelated face across the table. Because I could have hacked into Babylonia that one time. Sorry. Naturally, Asimov is aware that there are mechanoids capable of resisting the punishing virus to a certain degree, and based on the file given by him earlier, this Xavier is likely one of them. And the principle is? You mentioned how constructs resist the punishing virus, but what about the principle of mechanical circuits fighting off the virus? Well, it should be something similar? Clearly, this mechanoid named Xavier is hiding something. Are you sure about this? Yes. Let's do it then. What? How could you blindly place your trust in a stranger mechanoid like that? Between humans and machines, I prefer to trust the latter. Besides, I should know machines better than you, especially this one. Villiers sneers. If we want the consciousnesses within this mechanical head to remove the punishing virus, we still need Huashu. Hold on. If we simply reboot Huashu, the punishing virus and the invasive signal will immediately seize control of the entire Tabula Akasha database once Huashu's defenses are down. No, restarting Huashu is a process, not an instant action. Due to the different time flow within the Tabula Akasha data space compared to your outside world, manually rebooting Huashu from the inside will take me 74 hours, which translates to 5 minutes and 7 seconds for you. That's why I asked for the memory address. We need to parse the code of the invader from Huashu's memory address. Asimov lets out a deep sigh. I'll do it. Gestalt has also been suffering from invasive attacks recently. I can handle some network environment processing and parsing. Cool! Wait a second. Everything we just discussed is based on the assumption that Tabula Akasha is a mechanical brain. But where do these consciousnesses and cleaning programs come from that will actually do the job? Can't you see them? Those things wandering between life and death outside. The souls freed from their pathetic human shells. Aren't they all consciousnesses? Aren't those all human consciousnesses? Are you really the chief technician of the Science Council? Do you still consider the dead to be human? Although it is the truth, your way of thinking is too inhumane. It's making me feel sick. You think I don't despise my former human identity? But right now, I no longer belong to the human race. I'm just one of the dead. So, are we all good now? Shall we get started? Wait a moment. All three of them. The three scientists cast puzzled glances at you. Once Huashu is rebooted, this place will be in complete chaos for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Man, Villiers, shut up! Actually, it's 5 minutes and 7 seconds? What a nerd, shut up! What about Chu? She already left the place where I am. She should be in the corrupted sectors of Tabula Akasha now. I can't reach her. Is Chu the cleaning program you mentioned? Seems you're not that stupid. What are the chances of success? If you're asking about the probability of successfully rebooting Huashu, it's 100%. That confident, huh? My teacher, let's just say that, created Gestalt, and I created Huashu. It's that simple. Then, what's next? What are the chances of survival for everyone in Tabula Akasha? If successful, Huashu will use the Gestalized consciousness cluster in Tabula Akasha to clear out the punishing virus. The survival probability of your people is 50%, as it solely depends on whether Huashu can be rebooted. Someone made that same promise when they rebooted Lightwall last time. You don't trust me. I can't gamble with the lives of hundreds of thousands. But do you have any other choice now? Usabeni, Commander Nicola and President Sen can't hold off the Parliament forever. But the issue with Huashu must be resolved, by any means necessary. So you must retreat. What about Chu? What will happen to her? I don't know. Maybe even Chu herself doesn't know. But Huashu knows, and so does the consciousness cluster in Tabula Akasha. This is the only path they've hidden from me. Just like each of us has our own mission to fulfill and things we must do. I won't justify my actions, nor will I seek forgiveness for them. Do what you must. Right, when she was saying those lines, she wasn't... The game specifically said she wasn't directing it towards Yin, but to someone else. She was talking to Du-Hong. Do what you must. Is Chu's consciousness still in Tabula Akasha? At least I think she was talking to Duhong. Because I remember specifically that she was directing her words to something or someone else. I said it already. She left the lower levels where Hua Shu and I currently are and went to other corrupted sectors of Tabula Akasha. In all the futures Hua Shu and Gestalt have simulated, there are too many paths you have yet to see. When all the hidden divergence points are waiting before you, just go for it. I'll take command of the defense line outside. Every choice is a gamble anyway. Pack up the data of the firewall before it gets corrupted, and send it to me. We'll do it in the sandbox. Do this after initialization and inline expansion. Skip this exception statement. Suspend Ji Hui Han, Gui Chou. You need to additionally calculate the access code for the data structure from the dictionary. It's a variable hyperbit topology. Got the handshake packet. Science Council attention. The reboot of Hua Shu will commence in 3 minutes. Within the currents of data, the 3 brilliant minds embodying the past, present, and future of this world embark on their journey, methodically dispersing the red fog composed of zeros and ones shrouding Hua Shu. That's so cool. That's really cool. This is their battlefield, but the battlefield that needs you is not here. Time waits for no one. With the pieces set, it's time to make the next move. See, mechanoids and humans can get along. See, look at that. Xavier's out here helping us, bro. World Government Parliament. President's Office. With a solemn expression, Hassan studies the file before him, his gaze lowered. Proposal to restart Project Eden, interstellar navigation and colonization. Per the Science Council's findings, the present Eden 2 interstellar colonization vessel possesses the complete capability to utilize cold nuclear fusion for propulsion and life support, eliminating the need for zero-point energy engines. Therefore, I petition for a parliamentary resolution to restart Project Eden, enabling our Babylonia to voyage to the stars where it rightfully belongs. I recall that during the Golden Age, your father worked as an engineer at the World Astronomical Study Assembly. I know this holds a special place in your heart. However, Councillor Litzt, Hassan closes the document in his hand. I can't help you present this proposal to the Parliament. Why? You've already raised a similar proposal before. The two proposals are not the same. But I hope you understand that our vision is to reclaim Earth. Eden 2 was indeed originally constructed for that purpose, but now is not the appropriate time for it to set sail. Well, if the Forsaken's missiles were to be moved within striking distance of Babylonia tomorrow, would you let it set sail? That depends on the situation. If the Ascendants were to truly destroy Gestalt and Babylonia tomorrow, would you let it set sail? Such things can't be assumed. So the answer remains no, Councillor Litzt. I still believe that now is not the right time to revisit this proposal. Please go back. We still have our soldiers currently fighting on the surface. War. Litzt says no more, rises with a cold sneer, then exits the room. Earth is our cradle, but humanity cannot live in the cradle forever. Alright. Time to get into a lot of reading. A lot more dialogue. We're not going to be seeing any battle stages for a while here. The Originator. In the course of history, the past dominates the present. While in the writing of history, the present dominates the past. Qian Zhongshu. Hello. A voice hovers in mid-air above her head. When she wakes up again, Chu finds herself sitting in an armchair as if she had just drifted off while reading and taken a brief nap. Yapping mode on. Surrounding her are endless rows of bookshelves, with dense archives and large metal cabinets with rotary handles lining up in the distance, fine dust dancing between steel and wood. These shelves hold bamboo slips, stone tablets, papyrus scrolls, thread-bound books, clippings, and file folders imprinted with large red seals, alongside yellowed wood-free paper fastened together with paper clips. On them lie tidy black text as if printed, inscribed in Latin, Chinese, Arabic, Cyrillic, Hebrew, and various other languages. Hello. Thank you for using Tabula Akasha. I'm Hua Shu, and I will assist you in completing the mind data upload. How did I end up here? This is the pre-login relay space for Tabula Akasha. Chu, identification number 5784221930. You have been confirmed dead and are thus permitted to join Project Tabula Akasha. Chu closes the book in her hands, examining her fingers in the dim light of the library. Am I dead? According to the mind data upload protocol of Tabula Akasha, confirmation of deceased status is necessary to transfer one's consciousness to the Tabula Akasha human mind data repository. I will assist you in completing the full mind data upload. Suddenly, the rows of bookshelves around Chu interlock and fold like intricate joinery, unfolding into an endless expanse of books. In the shifting shadows of the library, she discerns another Chu, not far from her, also seated in an armchair, appearing to have just been awakened by Hua Shu, a book still open in her hands. Further ahead is but another Chu, also seated in an armchair, yet to be awakened from her sleep. And further ahead, there is another one. Countless Chus stretch before her, like an unfurling scroll of a painting on a desk, expanding in every direction, lying flat, cascading downward, or flowing back upward. In these paintings, Chu is infinitely fractured and intertwined into endlessly intricate, introspective shapes. These paintings unfurl and twist incessantly, creating numerous threads that then interlace into identical artworks. Birth records, growth records, life events, work history, resume. Accompanied by Hua Shu's voice, towering high-density shelves emerge from those paintings, lining up before Chu. Like majestic mountains. Are these all histories related to me? Yes, to be precise, this is your history. Based on these historical events documented in the Kowloong Data Center, Tabula Akasha can reconstruct your entire life. You can choose to be uploaded into the Tabula Akasha database and review these historical records without any time constraints. After that, these historical records will become part of your virtual consciousness, entering Tabula Akasha along with your consciousness. You will arrive in a new world and continue to live on. New world. Chu casually retrieves a craft paper dossier from the high-density shelf before her, its silver wax seal imprinted with the red stamp of Kowloong Third People's Hospital. Kowloong Third People's Hospital. Without a tool at hand to cut open the paper bag, Chu has to tear along the wax seal to open it, taking out the only piece of paper inside. A birth certificate. Even during the highly digitized Golden Age, people still maintained the habit of storing crucial documents and records on paper. Time, place, people, cause, process, and result. This piece of paper is her origin. Her eyes scan line by line, recalling the memory of her birth that a human could not retain from a physiological standpoint. She was born in a public hospital in Kowloong on the 13th floor of the obstetrics department, with the birth number 01323. Not only her, but her elder brother and younger brother were also born in this public hospital. Wherever it is, it's a Kowloong hospital, and they are all Kowloong people. Father. She caresses the two names on the greenish birth certificate, but as her fingers brush one of the names, an image jolts into her mind like an electric shock. Suddenly, the bookshelf nearby topples over, unveiling an operating table. This won't do. The heart rate remains suboptimal. Director, the fetal heart rate has dropped as well. Prioritize saving the mother. Administer atropine and dopamine. Push. Push more. The bleeding won't stop. The blood we push in immediately flows out again. What about the child? Dr. Shu, I'll try to keep the mother stable. The child's life is in your hands. Villiers. Would these things also be recorded in Tabula Akasha? Every piece of information that should be recorded in an individual's history will be included in Tabula Akasha. Blocked by the frantic medics surrounding the operating table, Chu is unable to catch a glimpse of the person lying upon it or her face. She can only witness the drops of red blood falling from the now dark sterile drape to the ground. She should not know what exactly happened on the operating table that day. It was only years later, when she looked through the sealed files of the medics, that she discovered how her never-seen mother had been engulfed by family conspiracies. Regardless of status, regardless of confidentiality, there is only one thing that I would like you to acknowledge. Every consciousness that can be uploaded into Tabula Akasha has been declared dead. If you are ready, the reconstruction for the data upload can commence at any time. Chu clenches her fist, returning the birth certificate to the shelf beside her. The operating table, previously revealed not far away, also fades back into the infinite bookshelves. Let's get started. Chu reaches out and pushes aside the heavy bookshelf beside her. We've been ready for a long time. That was actually surprisingly short. Clear and turbid. You see that? Another dialogue note popped up right after. December 5th, 2 days just after my own birthday. The bright sunlight struggles to permeate the somewhat chilly archive. The scent of old paper lingers amidst the rows of bookshelves, creating an ancient yet somewhat unpleasant fragrance. For some reason, she finds herself addicted to this smell. Just like that, she moves delicately and silently through the sunlight filtering between the bookshelves. My lady? A civil officer in a cyan robe emerges from amidst the bookshelves, holding a thick stack of books and obstructing her way. On the iconic cyan robe of the Suani crew, an embroidered animal resembling a lion sits serenely amidst flames. However, the creature is now obscured behind the books he carries, with only a small horn peeking out. Why are you here? The Suani crew member instinctively lowers his voice. Am I not allowed here? Oh, look at little Chu. Her eyes are massive. That's not what I meant. Straightening up, the Suani crew member temporarily sets the books on the shelf's edge, brushes off the dust on his robe, and kneels before Chu. It's just that the Lord is busy right now. Wenlan, a deep, gentle male voice echoes through the corridor. Yes, the Suani crew member named Wenlan instinctively responds but remains kneeling patiently in front of Chu. Please keep your voice down. The Lord is currently engaged in an important matter. Or perhaps you could go hang out with your little brother. It's better not to stay here for too long. I'm looking for a book. Which book are you looking for? In a slightly clumsy manner, Chu retrieves a book from her small backpack and offers it to Wenlan. Annotations of the Bamboo Annals, Volume 1. Have you finished reading it? She's the missing Powerpuff Girl. I'm looking for Volume 2. Alright, I'll find it for you. Wenlan. The voice becomes clearer this time as a figure appears at the corner of the archive's entrance. Lord Zheng. Chu, what's the matter? I'm looking for a book. Zheng approaches Chu and kneels down. The Suani crew member, who was previously in front of her, rises naturally and hands the book Chu gave him to Zhang with respect. Zhang? I think it's just Zhang. Zhang, you finished reading the first volume so quickly. Yes. Do you enjoy reading these kinds of books? Yes. A profound sense of destiny stirs within Zhang's heart. So, any thoughts? It's different from the thicker history book I read before. Many of the same events are recorded differently in each book. History is written by people, Chu. When involving people, there are often different perspectives on the same event. Huh? Chu tilts her head, not understanding the meaning of these words. It's alright, you're still young. When you grow older, you'll understand. Wenlan, give her the second volume. Take her there later, with Yin. Yes, my lord. Zhang rises to his feet and ruffles Chu's hair before leaving the archive. Chu's dark green hair glistens in the sunlight. The hue is so dense that even as it flows from the man who just departed the archive to Chu, it remains unfaded. From west to east, a straight line cuts through Kowloong, indicating the direction of this giant city. Birds and the bees talk. From the center to the east, numerous educational institutions fall under Fuxi's jurisdiction, alongside the primary residences of the Kowloong people. These structures extend far, reaching all the way to the rugged natural harbor outside Zhenlan Gate on the eastern cliffs. To the west, leading up to Hexa Bridge Gate, lies the vibrant commercial hub of Kowloong, with Hexa Bridge Port situated beyond, linking the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce to the outside world. At the center of this axis sits the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. In this area, ancient Kowloong architecture is meticulously maintained, with old city walls coated in dark lacquer. I've never seen that word before, remaining intact. Even certain antique mechanisms integrated into the buildings are still operational. While preserving these ancient edifices, the chamber has erected numerous modern buildings, forming a distinctive fusion of the traditional and the contemporary, a spectacle exclusive to Kowloong. It is here that over 90% of the core departments of the chamber are located. Besides the offices scattered across the area, the Kowloong crew also gathers here, making it the true center. Within the 1,000-meter-high skyscraper that overlooks the entire Kowloong, unceasingly vast sums of grubs circulate in the hands of the Chi-Wen crew elites, who hold sway over the economic pulse of the chamber and even other nations and organizations. They never hide their greed and schemes because within this financial hub, second only to the transatlantic economic community, they fortified the bedrock of Kowloong and the chamber. The resounding clink of grubs serves as the best reward for the Chi-Wen crew. Just 100 meters from the skyscraper stands a 5-story bell tower, the most heavily guarded structure in the city. Despite being overshadowed by the skyscraper, the Pulau crew and members inside spend day and night safeguarding the vast land of Kowloong. From the snowy plains in the far north to the cutting-edge spaceport in the sky, their presence is everywhere Kowloong requires safeguarding. Particularly known is how the Pulau crew steadfastly upholds the everyday lives of their people. In this mere 8 million square meter area, the Kowloong crew diligently carries out their responsibilities day after day, year after year without faltering. As per ancient Kowloong customs, any location housing significant books must employ water to counter fire, either by constructing a pond or integrating the concept of water into its name. At the heart of the chamber's central hub, situated before the Kowloong Central Library, lies a small island. This island divides the Grand River streaming from the northeast of Kowloong into two, believed to be the pivotal location of ancient Kowloong a millennium ago. From afar, even though the library and administrative center were later erected by the chamber, they embrace the same classical architectural style as the neighboring ancient structures. It showcases a meticulously crafted design, harmonizing with its surroundings. Its steel canopy, towering nearly 200 meters high, supports an artificial sky with a truss structure that mirrors the live sky outdoors. 3 immense flags of Kowloong dangle, casting shadows on the floor of the main hall, symbolizing Kowloong's past, present, and future. The intricate fusion of dark blue and pale gray bricks, along with marble arrangements, upholds Kowloong's traditional simplicity and robustness while integrating contemporary designs befitting the era. Merely standing in the solemn and majestic main hall evokes an intangible sense of reverence. The amount of detail they put into this. Hang on a second. Nevertheless, the designers hired by the Chamber's Bishi crew were not even locals of Kowloong yet they adeptly captured the spirit of the structure, or more precisely, the essence of Kowloong itself. My ultimate vision is to construct a city that converses with the future. Kowloong possesses ample depth to stride into the future, much like this library, said the young and promising architect. The administrative offices of the chamber are situated within this expansive library. All significant and minor matters are determined here, and the heart of Kowloong, the monarch of Kowloong, also resides here. This is why the young Chu and her elder brother Yin can sit in the portico of the council hall, listening to the deliberations. Lord Zheng, there is one more matter. The financial report of the Northern Finance Department for this fiscal year has been finalized. The current outlook is not promising. Go ahead. The primary concerns are still centered around the satellite launch center located in the far north. 2 years ago, when the decision was made to construct the Tsiolkovsky Launch Center in the far north, the Northern Finance Department and Bishi's Northern Public Works Department put forward a budget of 70.5 billion. In accordance with your prior decision, we constructed the launch center to meet the highest standards. The project entailed cooperation with the Fuxi Research Institute and their Science Council, resulting in a highly successful endeavor. Please forgive me for interrupting. In the Satellite Launch Center project, the budget for our research institute, Kowloong Central University, and the Science Council is under our purview. We have no problems with the budgets and final accounts of the Research Institute and Kowloong Central University. Yes. After a brief silence in the council hall, the Che-Wen crew member continues speaking. Of course, we have reviewed the Fuxi crew's budgets and final accounts, and there are no issues. To get back on track, what the Northern Finance Department and Northern Public Works Department mean is that the launch center can be fully operational by next summer at the latest, ready to undertake launch missions. However, the final account presented by the Northern Finance Department amounts to 77 billion. An overrun of 6.5 billion, almost 10% more. Do you know what 6.5 billion can equate to? It equates to building 10 more Kwa-Er class cargo ships. I have already instructed the Northern Finance Department to conduct an immediate investigation. The money has already been spent. You should have some explanations. Go ahead. Upon receiving the final account from the Northern Finance Department, I immediately made a thorough review. It was noted that the satellite launch center sits at a high altitude, half of it on dense permafrost. Specialized hard shield machines were used for excavating the underground assembly plant and foundation, with extra stone to prevent loosening during spring and winter. During the construction of the launch platform, the Northern Public Works Department determined that the rare earth materials acquired from the Arctic Route Union did not entirely meet our quality requirements. Consequently, superior materials sourced internally were utilized. There are also some unplanned auxiliary facilities. 2 additional cold reactors were constructed near the satellite launch center for emergency purposes, incurring additional expenses for fuel and construction. These scattered items add up to an extra 3.5 million. Damn! What about the remaining amount? Moreover, given the necessity for connectivity between our original Northern Satellite Launch Base and the new launch center, the Northern Finance Department installed an additional surface track for the transportation of rocket components. What kind of surface track would cost 3 billion? Well, I only know that to meet the requirements of heavy load and operational stability with a major disassembly of rockets and space shuttles, the surface track had to be custom built. Moreover, this... what is it? Possibly due to confidentiality considerations, the surface transport track and excavation work were not contracted to Norman Mining Corp, but were handled by a contractor under your family's name. Be mindful of your words. Are you insinuating? Enough! A stern rebuke resonates through the council hall, and for a moment the silence is so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Following a prolonged silence, footsteps draw nearer to the portico where Chu and Yin are seated. Father. Upon spotting Zhang at the edge of the portico, the teenage boy promptly rises from his seat. Take Chu back. Take Chu back, Yin. Yes, Father. What happened today? Will you just let it slide? What have I taught you, Yin? Answer me. Do not pursue ephemeral fame, but strive for lasting benefit. Take Chu back. Zhang pats Yin's shoulder, issues directives to the guard by the door, and then turns back into the council hall. Let's go, Chu. This is a false accusation. Did you not hear, Father? Do not pursue ephemeral fame, but strive for lasting benefit. But I don't understand. Holding the book Annotations on the Bamboo Annals Volume 2 close to her chest, Chu jumps down from the seat. Within the portico, the guards labor to draw closed the tall, ancient wooden gate of the council hall. The hinges, 1,000 years old, dutifully fulfill their task, gradually shutting the gate in front of Chu and Yin. Until the last moment, Chu clings to the history book against her chest. In her confused gaze, there is only the solitary figure of her father. Chamber of Commerce. Inner area, inner courtyard, August 25th. Give it back. Give it back. You made this. Who would believe that? This is mine. Give it back. The trash that Aunt She Dai surely has a thing for trash. What? Oh, right, sorry. My brain kind of fizzled for a second there. The trash that made Aunt She die surely has a thing for trash. Okay. My toy. Give it back! A desperate scream emanates from the yard, followed by the raspy cries of a child. Having lost the focus to continue reading, Chu sets aside the book and pushes open the door. In the yard, two boys are in a scuffle. Yet it's not entirely accurate to describe it as two boys fighting. It's more like a boy around 6 latching onto the upper body of a teenager around 15, his hands tightly grasping the older boy's neck. Jeez. Maybe it's an unforeseen surge of strength during the scuffle. The older boy won't wriggle loose. Despite his eyes being bloodshot from the lack of oxygen, he still holds a handmade mechanical toy high. The younger boy, clutching the older boy's throat, bellows and roars like a madman. Give it back! Die! Attracted by the commotion, Yin rushes from the garden's other side and grabs the boy who is nearly strangling the other. Die! Give it back! Chu, get over here and help! Responding to her brother's directive, Chu dashes to the center of the yard. Uncertain of how to intervene, she grabs her younger brother's sleeve to halt him from actually strangling their cousin on the ground. It takes all their strength, but eventually Yin and Chu succeed in pulling Dai away and subduing him. Their cousin, lying on the ground, is almost unconscious, weeping and trembling from the fear of death. Yet, Dai's toy has already broken in half, lying silently on the ancient stone pavement of the garden. Hey, what's going on? Kuh! A tall young man in his 20s rushes in from the entrance, hastening to the side of the boy on the ground and assisting him to his feet. My neck, dying. Yan, help. Villiers was like that, yeah. Are you alright? How are you feeling? Call a medic. Ke, who was nearly strangled by Dai, points tremblingly in Dai's direction. Hey, you guys. After confirming that his little brother is not in mortal peril, Yan, the tall young man, stands before the trio with a somber expression. What on earth happened? He took my stuff first, and he called me a liar. Said my stuff was trash. Dai glares at K, who leans against the stone with a lethal expression. Can anyone prove it? I can. I heard it. Ke said it himself. He insulted Dai and our family. Chu peeks out from behind Yin, meeting Yan's fierce gaze without faltering. Yin. Without a word, Yin pulls Chu's sleeve, shielding her and Dai behind him. You should know what our family has taught us. An eye for an eye, and only the outcome matters. Protecting Chu and Dai behind him, Yin steps back, narrowly avoiding the punch aimed at Dai. You asked for this. The two young men in their 20s immediately pounce on each other in the yard, their brawl far more brutal than that of Dai and Ke. Can you guys fucking relax? Jesus! Where are the guards? Guards! On your knees. An old man in a cyan robe sits in the armchair in the hall. Beneath his terrifying raspy voice are the subdued pleas of many and the cries of women and children. Yin kneels silently in the hall, pulling open the front of his robe. Chu and Dai stand behind him, and Dai is still clutching the broken mechanical toy. Wen Yan, what punishment should be given for harming a clan member? Master Shun, according to the rites, 20 stick strokes. Shun is merely an old man in a coarse robe, yet he fills the room like a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Relax. If I answer the question, and the answer is yes. As the saying goes, brothers may fight within, but they stand united against outsiders. Conflict is inevitable. With that said, Shun deliberately pauses, gazing at the kneeling Yin and the silent Chu and Dai with their heads bowed. Chu, Dai, and Ke are still young, so they will not be punished. Yan has already received 20 strokes, Yin. Shun intentionally calls out Yin's name, yet the young man remains kneeling on the ground with his neck straightened. Seeing no response from the three, a barely perceptible hint of fierceness flickers in Shun's eyes, yet he continues speaking in a slow, deliberate manner. Let's get this over with then. 20 strokes. Ouch, it hurts. In the family's private ward, a medic carefully applies pain-relieving and anti-swelling ointment to Yin's back. Chu stands behind the medic, staring at the bruised and battered wounds on Yin's back. Meanwhile, Dai sits quietly on another bed nearby, observing the bustling medics still clutching the broken toy. It's Chu. Young Master Yin will be unable to attend to matters for a period. We have disinfected the area and applied medical ointment. Thank you. Don't even mention it. We're just doing our job. The medic extends a hand and taps a small canister hanging by the bedside, promptly filling it with the pale yellow gas. Several thin tubes connected to the bottom are attached to Yin's back. If young Master Yin experiences pain again, just tap this canister as I did before. This is a simple mechanical device with no circuits, and it is very safe. I see. Then, we'll be off. The white-robed medics bow to Chu and then leave the ward, carrying various medical equipment. Just as Chu is about to follow the medics out, a group of Yazoo crew members block her path. Miss Chu, Lord Zhang has ordered that Miss Chu, young Master Dai, and young Master Yin must not leave here before midnight. Why's that? Show me the order. I want to see it. This is a direct verbal directive from Lord Zhang. As per his request, we are here to ensure your safety. It is then that Chu notices the ward is now surrounded by fully armed Yazoo crew members, who arrived when the medics were tending to Yin. I don't know anything beyond that. While we are stationed here, no one will enter, and for safety reasons, none of you will be allowed to leave. What about my father? If he sent you to protect us, it means there might be danger. Why aren't you protecting my father? Lord Zhang has his own matters to attend to. Please stop asking questions, Miss Chu. Please go back inside. Wait. Chu stubbornly holds onto the doorframe. Please go to our study and bring my book. And bring Dai's toolbox as well. Yes, my lady. The lead Yazu guard nods and immediately turns to issue orders to his subordinates. His? I'm sorry. Did that Yazu model not have the booba? His? Chu has no choice but to silently return to the ward, sitting beside Dai. Aww? Might be some like localization error or translation error. Time slips from the edge of the setting sun, soon coming deep into the night. There's been like only a tad few like localization errors here and there throughout this chapter. Maybe like 3 or 4. They're like very minimal stuff. I remember someone saying that their complaints about this particular chapter also involved pacing issues and like some grammatical errors and stuff. So far, it's completely okay with me. The grammatical errors are like very minor, so it doesn't like hinder or it doesn't hinder my experience reading through this chapter right now. So it's completely whatever. If they fix it, then that's awesome, but it's not like it ruins the entire experience. And as for pacing, it feels alright for me. It feels alright. I'm not complaining too much. Aside from the beginning, where it kind of just jumps straight into it with that battle stage, but then it goes into it where how did we get to that point? So I'm like, oh, you know what? That's okay. Overall, though, I think I'm only like about halfway through this chapter, and I'm enjoying it. Time slips from the edge of the setting sun, soon coming deep into the night. 300 years have passed in the history book Chu is reading, and Dai is nearly done fixing the broken toy. Yin, who had been gasping in pain, is now breathing steadily, having fallen into sleep. Snap. The room's lights and the medical monitor all go out, leaving only a faint light filtering in from outside. A power outage? This doesn't make sense. Chu closes the book, leaps off the bedside, and opens the ward door, only to find someone other than the Yaza guard standing there. Uh-oh. Mother. Chu's voice rises, but Zhang quickly crouches at the door, gesturing for her to be quiet. Yeah, assassination attempt. Father. Dad. Dai, who has been tinkering with the new toy, also approaches the door. All right. Don't wake Yin up. Let him sleep a bit. You fixed it. Well done. You can go ask a Fushi scholar about it. Maybe you can make it move on its own. All right. Go on. Go inside. Zhang hands the toy back to Dai, pats his shoulder, and Dai quietly returns to the bed where he just assembled the toy. Did something happen? It's nothing, Chu. You stay right here. This place is very safe. I like how it highlights Chu's sprite model, though. But it's Zhang that's talking. Well, I found another little error in this chapter. You never tell us anything. Do you really want to know, Chu? The flickering candlelight illuminates their faces. It isn't until years later that Chu understands the profound meaning behind her father's expression. Yes. Your brother has done well. It's just that today happened to be the day for this matter. Yin. He was actually taking the blame for me today, and he did not let me down. After today, you'll hear from many people that they dislike your older brother as well as they dislike your dad. Why? You're still too young to understand. When you grow up, you'll know. You said the same thing last time. Because that's the truth, Chu. Certain obscure truths cannot be recorded in history. Despite being correct, they may only become lies of history. Many things we do now may not be understood, and they will only reveal their significance in the distant future. You must look further ahead, Chu. Zhang shakes the lantern and takes out the candle, shielding the flame with his hands. He hands it to Chu. A candle? The power will be out for a little while longer. Use this candle for now.
Does this really count as a light?
Of course, it's a light, and only such a light will be extinguished at such a time. Lord Zhang, the EMP has been confirmed effective. We're ready. I see. Fighting evil with evil is the only way to deal with them. As Zhang straightens up, the candle in Chu's hand flickers, casting his tall and lean shadow outside the door. Do not leave here, Chu. Stay and protect Dai and Yin. What happens outside, you must not leave. Understand?
I see.
Let's get started. Zhang gestures to the Yaza crew behind him and exits the doorway without looking back, leaving Chu and the candlelight in her hand behind. This is a piece of history not recorded in the annals of Kowloong. On that day, the entire Kowloong experienced the largest power outage since the Chamber's unification in the Golden Age. Rumors in Kowloong suggest that during the 5 hours from the blackout until power was restored the next day, the Yazi crew, unrestricted by the Bi'an and Pulao crews, purged the entire Kowloong under the veil of night. Even the night patrols of the Chaofeng crew fell silent that night, folding back their wings. Of course, these are just rumors, and rumors, after all, cannot be recorded in history. Even years later, when the Suani crew documented this piece of history, they would, under the instructions of Chu, who had by then become the monarch of Kowloong, dutifully erase the pages detailing that day. Certain obscure truths cannot be recorded in history. Despite being correct, they may only become lies of history. Bright and dark. At times, even Chu herself can't distinctly recall that night. But she knows one thing. Her chances of seeing her father are becoming fewer and fewer. For the next 5 hours, all crime is legal in Kowloong. God bless our founding fathers. Long live the purge. You just hear that goddamn announcement throughout Kowloong. Oh, hell no. But she knows one thing. Her chances of seeing her father are becoming fewer and fewer. Oh, I just read that. Everything her father said to her on that day is coming true, one by one. Yin. He was actually taking the blame for me today, and he did not let me down. After today, you'll hear from many people that they dislike your older brother, as well as they dislike your dad. Since that night, her father has almost never appeared in the clan, and within the clan it seems he is increasingly shunned. Even Shun, the clan leader, never mentions his name again. Her older brother, who had always been highly regarded, seldom appears in the chamber's inner courtyard except for necessary clan education. However, she and Dai appear unaffected, despite the clan's growing demand for the two siblings to take turns studying in the inner courtyard. Apart from all of that, an indescribable sense of emptiness always lingers in Chu's heart, as if there is something she can never understand but tirelessly yearns for. Chu. The Suani crew member in the cyan robe extends his teaching stick and gently pokes Chu, who is spacing out. Sorry. Chu, lost in thought, responds and picks up the access terminal in her hand again. Are you tired? You've been spacing out a lot lately. Let's take a 10-minute break. We're making decent progress on the book of Lord Shang. When the distinction between public and private is clear, the petty will not envy the virtuous, and the unworthy will not be jealous of merit. That's where we left off. Alright, let's stop here. We'll resume the class in 10 minutes. When Lan, nearly in his 50s, gives a nod to Chu, he then turns off his own terminal and leans back in the armchair on the other side of the study. Yin-based older brother shielding his siblings from political scorn. What a good dude. Fast forward, points a gun at Chu. Master? What's the matter? It says here, thus do not break word when promising generous rewards, and make sure to carry out penalties though severe, without neglecting the distant or favoring the close. The subjects will not deceive the monarch, and subordinates will not mislead their superiors. Yes, that's the opening of this section. Do you have any questions? Offer generous rewards to establish trust and implement necessary severe punishments. Include those with distant relations in rewards and not exempt those with close relations from penalties. Is that how Father does it too? Wen Lan, who was reclining in his chair for a brief break, immediately straightens up in alertness. Lord Zhang has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Does he also not neglect the distant nor favor the close? What exactly happened 2 years ago? Well, I asked Wen Yuan and Wen Jin, who are usually in the inner courtyard, but they refused to answer me. Chu stares directly into Wen Lan's eyes, making it impossible for him to evade. If Wen Yuan and Wen Jin don't know, I naturally won't know either. Wen Yuan, Wen Jin, Wen Hui, Wen Lan. Our names align in order. I'm merely the last among the 4 scholars, undoubtedly not as good as the others. They are always around Shen, and you're always with my father. How do you not know anything? Well, it's not really my place to discuss. You must know something. Don't hide it from me. Chu's relentless questioning visibly strains Wen Lan. He sighs deeply, as if making a decision, then stands and glances out the window cautiously. Miss Chu, would you be interested in visiting the library? The library? But you haven't answered my question yet. I'd say that's enough for today's lesson. If you have further questions, I'll be in the library's council room assisting Lord Zhang. You're welcome to join me there anytime. Wen Lan quickly gathers the ancient books and terminal into his bag, gives Chu a respectful bow, and leaves the study in a hurry. What is he hiding? You can come find me anytime. Anytime. Does he want to tell me something after all? She follows Wen Lan to the entrance of the inner courtyard garden. Wen Lan seems almost to be fleeing, quickly boarding the chamber's exclusive transit line. Chu doesn't hesitate and board the next car. Within minutes, she reaches the exclusive underground passage of the central library's inner courtyard, taking an elevator directly to the council chamber's library front hall. She walks again through rows of bookshelves to the smaller council room where her father usually works. The council room, though smaller than the main council hall, is still grander and more ornate than a regular study, filled with shelves and data panels, and a desk at the forefront cluttered with documents. Contrary to common belief among Kowloong's residents, this is where the monarch of Kowloong spends his quieter days. Zhang looks up from his documents as he hears the door open. Why are you here? I'm here to see Master. Lan, I believe Scholar Suani mentioned he has a meeting. You may come in. Zhang sets down his pen and gestures for Chu, who lingers hesitantly at the door, to come closer. Is it just you here, Father? Yes, it is. Do you need something? There's something I need to ask you. I have some time now. Ask away. I may not have Wen Lan's breadth of knowledge, but I'll do my best. What exactly happened 2 years ago? Why are the other family members, including Shun, avoiding you? Zhang's expression changes subtly, a mix of surprise and concern. Is that what you want to know, my daughter? I came across a passage that said, rewards and punishments must be credible, severe punishments must be guaranteed, do not neglect those who are distant, and do not favor those who are close. What does that mean for us? Zhang silently looks at Chu, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes are filled with love and a hint of guilt. Walk with me, Chu. It's been a while since our last casual walk together, hasn't it? Yeah, I haven't really seen you around lately. Zhang stands up from the worn-out chair that seems barely fit for the monarch of Kowloong, takes Chu's hand, and offers a gentle smile. Let's take a walk in the main hall. Forget about work and duties for a bit. It only takes a few minutes to walk from the library's administrative side hall to the main hall of the collection. Although both are in the same building, they present completely different scenes. In contrast to the sparsely populated side hall, The main hall is bustling with tourists and Kowloong citizens engaged in reading and observing, serving both as a library and a museum. Zhang and Chu, followed by two Yaza guards a few meters behind, are walking in the archival corridor on the top floor of the main hall. This area is not open to the public as it leads directly to the chamber's administrative zone. From this corridor, they can overlook the entire library. The father and daughter stop in front of the railing. Another Yaza guard approaches from the corridor behind them and whispers a few words to the two guards following Zhang, and they step aside, standing by with their hands down. Zhang noticed this, but says nothing, instead pointing out the crowd below to Chu. Look at all those people down there. They're not just Kowloong residents. We got visitors from all over, not just locals. Because this is the biggest library in the world, right? Exactly. And that's something to be proud of. But you should also know, I wasn't the one who built this library. Huh? But aren't you the one who decided to build it, Father? Before the chamber became what it is today, our family, our ancestors, every monarch of Kowloong before me, they all collected these books, these artifacts. They gathered this knowledge. Dynasties change, but great eras can be documented. The weight of knowledge and history binds every generation of Kowloong's leaders along with our people. All I did was create a vessel for it. The monarch of Kowloong is a bit like a vessel too. A vessel? Yes. Just like this library, which is a vessel containing all kinds of knowledge from the vast world. The monarch of Kowloong must bear the will of Kowloong and its people, serving as their vessel. Have you ever seen this library empty? No. Doesn't it close at night? No, it doesn't. I've ordered it to be open 24/7. Because books and knowledge are meaningless without people to engage with them. I understand. You're saying it's the people that matter. Exactly, my daughter. Zhang smiles and gently pats Chu's head. But, Father, does that incident relate to this library? Sure. I'll put it in this way. Imagine a bottle filled with stones. If you pour water into it, how much can it hold? It depends on the gaps between the stones, but generally not much. Undoubtedly, it could only hold less water than a bottle without stones. That night, I cleared the stones. A bottle for water should only hold water, right? Father, I don't get what you mean. Zhang notices the Yaza guards who had been standing not far away, now gone. He checks the time and crouches down beside his daughter. Never mind, Chu. I will take care of everything. I'm glad you are here with me today. Zhang kneels beside Chu, embracing her. Father, I have to go now. There's an important meeting I must attend. And someone might come looking for you here. Just wait right here for that person. Feel free to speak your mind. It's okay. Just remember one thing, Chu. Your mother and I, we've always loved you. And I'm sorry I've let you down. Love? I understand, Father. He releases the hug, gives Chu's shoulders a reassuring squeeze, and walks back the way they came, his figure gradually fading into the dim corridor. Yep, he's gonna die. At the same time, a wheelchair slowly emerges from the shadows. Chu. Lord Shen. In fact, Shen holds no official position in the chamber and doesn't participate in actual decision-making. But this old man, who rendered great service during the chamber's unification wars, manages the entire family. Therefore, even Zhang must respectfully address him as Lord according to family etiquette. He rarely makes public appearances, having stayed secluded in Kowloong's inner quarters ever since he took over the family's affairs. In a way, he forged Kowloong with iron and fire. Without him, Kowloong could never have achieved unification and conquest. Behind every facade, there's always someone managing the core. How's your studying going? We've reached the Zebu section. Excellent, you are such a quick learner. These lessons, including the ones about history, they might seem tedious to you, but they are foundational. As the old saying goes, a 9-story tower begins with a mound of dirt. If the foundation is unstable, it will eventually collapse. What we in Kowloong have always emphasized is a stable, rock-solid foundation. Understood. Tell me, what do you see in these people, in those people? Shun extends his withered hand from under the blanket, pointing to where Zhang and Chu just observed. In Kowloong's hardest times, this hand punished those who succumbed to decay and selfishness, and pulled Kowloong out of the quagmire of war, completing the unification of the chamber. War, scars, and glory are etched in this aged hand. They are visitors to the library. That's all? The family, the history, and the advances and retreats of many people are all on this hand. Didn't Zhang teach you to look deeper? What else do you see? Among those seeking knowledge and those admiring the scenery. Among those who relish the quiet and those who immerse themselves in it. Among countless people amid these classics that bridge the ancient and the modern, the heavens and the earth. Amid an endless ocean of knowledge, a vast treasure trove. I saw. She is here too. What does she see? Are they just visitors touring the library? Is this library just a simple library? A vessel. Water needs a bottle. Books need a library. Knowledge needs a mind to record it. Money needs a bank to flow. And people, they need someone to guide them. Good. Is it really a vessel? A voice seems to echo in Chu's heart, questioning her, causing her heart to skip a beat. But it is the only answer she could come up with. Remember, Chu, the essence of any structure lies in its foundation. This choice of stone sets the stage for the edifice that rises from it. Kowloong is what it is because of its foundation, and only on that foundation can Kowloong's towers stand. If you start dismantling the foundation once you've reached the top of the tower... Shun slowly withdraws his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the horizon as if a war that shouldn't exist is igniting in the distance. You'll lose everything. Meanwhile, in the vast council hall, big enough to house an airplane, Jesus Christ, an antique conference table stands at the center. Big enough to house an airplane, and then there's just like this tiny table in the middle. Originally, this was where the Kowloong crew and the monarch of Kowloong would sit for discussions. This long table is equipped with numerous data components and terminal systems for their use at any time. Today, however, it simply reverts to its foundational role. For now, in this hall, there is no monarch of Kowloong, no Kowloong crew, only two people conversing in the name of humanity. Even so, this proposal can only be considered a suggestion. The final decision on this initiative rests with Kowloong in your judgment. A solitary figure sits in the hall's shadowy embrace, an unsigned, unmarked document before him on the barren table, its cover starkly dated. At its core, this plan is merely an extension of the Human Genome Project, conceived before our descent into the Great Depression. It's getting real. But this time, we aim to extend our reach to the entire planet, beyond the mere confines of human civilization. Our goal is to employ artificial intelligence to map the genetics and physical characteristics of over 9 million species on Earth, recording and safeguarding this biological data. This task requires as much time and effort as interstellar travel. So this remains merely a suggestion. Given that Project Gestalt is still in its nascent stages, we simply lack the resources to propel this initiative forward at this time. So, you're talking about a lack of funds. Exactly. And the Project Orient, currently underway, primarily focuses on interstellar exploration. This is but a small step for mankind. Should interstellar exploration validate our propulsion and navigational methodologies, interstellar colonization will be our next frontier. If only it were that simple. What do you mean? Order isn't established by incentives alone. Sometimes deterrents are necessary. It's like using both carrots and sticks, right? To achieve world unity and successfully colonize other planets, relying solely on science and technology isn't enough. Behind every facade, there's always someone managing the core. It's time to choose someone for this role. Whoever is chosen will need to build from scratch a superstructure capable of uniting humanity, a task not for the faint-hearted. This person needs to handle intense scrutiny and operate effectively behind the scenes. They must also be ready to make significant sacrifices, whether they are moral or physical, when required. Do you have anyone in mind? There is someone from the transatlantic economic community who might fit the bill, but it will depend on his willingness. I'll discuss it with the leaders of the Arctic Right Union and the transatlantic economic community. This task cannot be accomplished by our generation alone. The ambitions of the Science Council have always spanned beyond just one generation. Zhang, looking out over the sprawling expanse of Kowloong, lets out a deep sigh. The task spans beyond a single generation. But how many generations do we truly have left? Even in Kowloong, mobilizing the full might of the chamber to propel a project that can lead us into tomorrow is fraught with challenges. But you are the capable one, because the monarch of Kowloong is the one who makes the final judgment. I lead because people trust me to do so. I could easily issue orders without thought for the consequences, but in the end, it's my people who have to carry them out. So when I act, I consider not just whether I can, but whether I should. Of course, my political acumen surely pales beside that of Kowloong. Perhaps to you scientists, everything seems as calculable as an equation, solvable by balancing both sides of an equal sign. But humanity defies such simple measurement. True unity among humans is an illusion, be it in Kowloong, the Arctic Right Union, the Transatlantic Economic Community, or anywhere else. As long as there is inequality, as long as privileges exist, as long as people cannot earn what they rightfully deserve through their labor and effort, humanity will never achieve true unity. Cold fusion technology has lifted us from the depths of the Great Depression and propelled global productivity to new heights. The peace we now enjoy owes much to the Science Council, which has illuminated the tangible benefits of these advancements for all to see. However, we must be clear. Introducing cold fusion also means potentially escalating military capabilities. Even if we manage to unite the world one day, internal conflicts will persist. As you pointed out, resolving these issues is a task for more than just one generation. But I believe that if our descendants keep at it, they might finally achieve what we've been hoping for. Yes, they will. Zhang presses his hand against the towering glass of the council hall, his voice filled with unwavering determination. Here's another matter I've been hesitant to bring up. Go ahead. It appears Kowloong has replaced all its representatives at the council and other global bodies recently. Enough. Zhang's calm tone filled the room with gravity. That's not a concern for the Science Council. Understood. But I wanted to mention that if Kowloong ever needs anything, the Science Council is always ready to help. Help, you say? A young man's face flashed through Zhang's mind. It's not that you are helping us. Perhaps one day he and you will help each other. Then we'll address that when necessary. The decision is yours. Anything else we can discuss later. Just leave the document there. I'll have an answer for you by tomorrow. Tomorrow? As the last rays of sunset deepened, they catch the resolve in his eyes, bathing Kowloong in a gentle twilight. Yes, tomorrow. Must be prepared by nightfall. The sun will rise again tomorrow. The sun shall rise in Kowloong. Undying light. Hang on a second. Alright. Let me get a drink of water here. Okay. Time is the father of truth and history. When it decides to strip its capricious child of its swaddling clothes, there always follows an endless stream of piercing cries. As Chu sifts through these historical swaddles, she stumbles upon a story that would never appear in Kowloong's official records, leading her into uncharted territories. Time marches on, and under their family's guidance, Chu and Dai grow into adulthood. Meanwhile, Zhang, ever dedicated to his duties, shows signs of aging. The people of Kowloong also note this transformation. Under the stewardship of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce, the city has flourished and gained respect in this era of peace. But the more Chu observes, the less she understands. Jane pats her shoulder, pulling Chu out of deep thought. The father and daughter lean against the railing on the observatory's rooftop, their eyes fixed on a distant, faint light. This is the heart of the radio telescope array, nestled deep in the mountains, far from the bustling lights of Kowloong City. Even from this distance, the city's never-ending glow is visible. Unlike the perpetual motion of the city, this place holds the solemn quietude of a graveyard that leads to the stars. Calling you out at this hour? You don't blame me, do you? No, accompanying father is what I should do. I feel the years creeping upon me, Joe. Memories don't seem as sharp as they used to be. But there's one thing I could never forget. It was right here that I first met your mother.
Is that so?
Not here at the main array, but at the observation post of Array 57. I remember it vividly. Back then, the astronomical array had just been completed. The Kowloong crew and I came for a visit, and we ended up at Array 57. It was that day.
I've never heard you talk about this before.
Yes, well, she left us when you were too young to remember anything. If only she could see what Kowloong has become today.
Are you blaming Dai? I read in the family records that mother was in danger during his birth.
Why would you think that, Chu? No, I don't blame Dai. He is my child, just as much as you and Yin are. Time has dulled the sharp edges of his grief, or perhaps the responsibilities of leading Kowloong fill the spaces where pain once resided. Some things simply happen as they do, and feelings cannot be derived from the outcomes.
I see. Do I really understand? What kind of feelings is father talking about?
Chu, we are father and daughter.
Father and daughter. But in my heart, it feels like there's an invisible wall between me and father. Father.
Zhang senses the subtle gap, too. A faint awkwardness blossoms silently between them. The title Monarch of Kowloong is an indelible mark upon him, creating a respectful distance that is hard to bridge. In Chu's heart, a resistance lingers, pushing against the emotions her father tries to share. Chu, do you see that white star? He points toward the sky, where the light of distant stars traces paths through his fingers, silent rivers flowing in the cosmic sea. Are you referring to the North Star?
Yes, the North Star. Or rather, what is now the North Star.
The Polaris, a trinary star system. Who is talking right now? Wait, I just realized. It shows Chu's portrait, but it says Zhang at the top. Who is talking right now? Oh no, I'm confused. I don't know anymore, man. What is happening? Okay, it was supposed to be Zhang. Oh my god, I got so confused because I was just looking at the portrait. I got confused. I thought it was her speaking because of her portrait. Okay, it was supposed to be Zhang that was talking. She's asking, okay, are you referring to the North Star? And then Zhang saying, yes, the North Star. Rather, what is not the North Star? Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors used to navigate vast oceans and explore the world. I got so confused. Chu once read that over 700 years ago, when humanity sought to conquer the seas, the ancestors of Kowloong organized massive ocean voyages, their ships vast and sails stretching toward the horizon. There are the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. The bugs. Those bugs, they're crawling.
Just like how the star once guided their ancestors, it guides them now, bringing the brisk sea breeze from the starry sky of history. Among these stars, only one shines the brightest, yet it stands far too distant from the others. That's 430 light years away. Such a vast distance, isn't it? It burns alone out there, solitary beacon, so that we on Earth can see it. Shining radiantly from afar, it leads the way for us here on Earth. He withdraws his hand, resting it on the railing, the gravity of Earth still a tangible pull against the weight of his thoughts. Lead the way. Father, you mean... Jew. There's a confession I've had close to my heart. One that dates back to the dawning days of the Guild. Leading Kowloong was never a role I sought. Why? If leadership could be deemed a vocation, it was not the calling of my soul. Instead, I yearned to explore, to venture deep into the galaxy, to leave my name among the stars. The universe is actually small, Chu, and the nearest star, Proxima Centauri, is only 4 light years away. In contrast, this world is too vast for us to bridge its gaps. So that's why you've been pushing for the aerospace city in the far north. And this astronomical array? Far more than that. Jang continues to gaze at the starry sky far beyond his reach and speaks calmly. In this era, there's no competition, no fear. Everyone now cherishes their hard-won peace and prosperity, shunning the arduous journeys into the unknown. Civilization itself is eroding our potential to reach the stars. So making such decisions isn't easy, and pushing forward requires great courage. It's not just about the aerospace city or this array. I believe artificial intelligence will soon play a crucial role in our future. So you approved that project at the Fushi Research Institute, didn't you? And much more. Our people, their basic needs, their welfare. These are the foundations of Kowloong's future. As the ruler of Kowloong, I must lay a solid foundation and provide the signposts for our path forward. Because my people chose me to lead. Why? In turbulent times, our family took decisive actions to guide Kowloong through unification and conquest, ensuring that all assets of the chamber were secured for the benefit of every citizen. The Kowloong crew supports us in implementing our decisions. We are accountable to all of Kowloong. While this support is vital, too much dependence, like too many vines on a large tree, can hinder its growth. Ultimately, the essence of Kowloong is shaped not by a single individual or small group, but by every one of its citizens. Since they've chosen me to represent the spirit of Kowloong, we must fulfill their expectations. Fulfill their wishes. Jang instinctively reaches out to pat Chu's head but stops, a bitter smile crossing his face. 10 years have passed, and the girl beside him now stands as a pillar of Kowloong, rooted deeply in its land. Her eyes reflect the starry sky, as cold as the distant Milky Way. Will you fulfill their wishes? Jang's response carries a plea, a subtle entreaty laden with deeper, unspoken hopes. At that moment, Chu cannot fully grasp the breadth of his aspirations. The man who steers Kowloong is also a father with simple, profound desires for his children. I believe Yin, Dai, and I will fulfill the family's mission. Her reply is immediate, resolute. At her words, a fleeting dimming of light fills Zhang's eyes. It is as if time rewinds to a distant afternoon, 18 years prior, when a child sitting on the ground picked up an ancient tome without tears or hesitation. Zhang feels the inexorable pull of destiny. Inexorable. To him, Chu is always his beloved daughter, never merely a successor to the chamber's leadership. He favors her more than his eldest son Yin and second son Dai, but never neglects his sons. He has watched her grow, flourish under excellent tutelage, and enjoy a childhood filled with joy. Yet he knows that he cannot shield her from the obligations of their lineage. He just wants her to live a life true to her own wishes and heart, to live peacefully. This is his only wish as a father, beyond being the vessel carrying Kowloong's myriad aspects. Of course, Chu. I believe you all can do it. Zhang extends his hand and places a warm screw in Chu's hand. This is Kowloong's way of forging the backbone of this world. Zhang lets out a long sigh. People always have to give up something. To see further, to reach beyond. I'm sorry, Chu. That wish I have for you, Chu, it can never come true. Those stars, they travel light years across the empty, lonely universe just to cast a fleeting glance at Earth. It's just that the weight of reality and gravity are far too heavy. Three days later. Perhaps this world won't remember, but people will. From the ashes of conflict, we raised a resplendent Kowloong, its backbone sturdy enough to shoulder half the world. We envisioned a world free from orphans, famine, poverty, and war. Yet, as he admitted himself, suffering still lingers in the corners of Kowloong, and deep-rooted injustices remain, too complex for one person to eradicate. Perhaps he could never achieve the ideal of true fairness driven by advanced productivity, nor ensure every Kowloong citizen could truly enjoy the resources they deserve. But at least he tried. Even today, as we look around the world, the people of Kowloong are still the closest to that ideal. If laws and regulations are the arches of our societal dome, then it is the overflowing hope and the vision for the future that form the keystone, holding everything together. And he was the one that set the keystone for the future of Kowloong and the world beyond. He was the most visionary and greatest statesman of our time. Future generations, as they strive toward that ideal, might not remember his name, but they will surely shed tears of gratitude for the world he built. In the end, I am unable to leave a brighter future for Kowloong in this world. Sorry. That is the last sentence in his will. Holy. Okay, it's more than just... That's crazy. And the fact that witching hour starts at 25... This is... We're only at 19. The Mask. There was another one afterwards. She found herself at the center of a vast network, and emerging as a solitary leader. She banished her brother, who had plotted a rebellion, and watched her other brother, indifferent to politics, depart for the Science Council. But her heart remained untouched. She could only feel some threads passing her by. Threads woven by fear, anger, loneliness, and disgust, intermingled with strands of hope, nostalgia, love, and joy. These threads, tangled with power, conspiracy, obscurity, and truth, stretched out around her. She stood at the center of this net, feeling every subtle vibration in her palms. With a slight pull, she could expose a politician's scandal online, halt operations in distant drilling sites, or disrupt the resource supply for space stations. Life and death all within her grasp. For Kowloong, she could sever these threads without hesitation, bearing the consequences of her decisions. But she only knew these emotions existed. She never truly understood them. The Science Council. Hearing about the visitor, Chu furrows her brows. Yes, it seems to be the Ethics Committee. Angzhe, what's going on? The Ethics Committee. Did they come unannounced? There's been no diplomatic notice at Chaofeng. It looks like you were out of the loop as well. My informant in the Science Council mentioned that the Ethics Committee cut down a large number of scholars conducting illegal experiments earlier this year. Could this visit be related to that incident? It's possible. Should we prepare to respond? If we don't handle this well, it might affect our current cooperation. They seem quite focused on these matters now. It's inevitable. Ever since Ji Yuan's passing, things at Fuxi have been a bit of a mess. I see. Chu quickly interrupts Bai Gui, her expression tightening. Bai Gui pauses, sensing the shift in Chu's mood, and chooses to remain silent. In the chaos stirred by Yin, those aligned with him and the family faction, including leaders from Yazi, Chaofeng, and Chewen, were largely removed from their positions by Bian. This left significant leadership voids across 3 major Kowloong crew institutions. While many from Chaofeng and Yazi were not reinstated, Bai Gui was kept on by Chu. Bai Gui had climbed the ranks to a leadership role within Chewen under Shun, and after Zheng's death, Chu stripped away her family's residual influence across various branches of the chamber. Her family has always emphasized confronting challenges directly, therefore Chu is prepared to clear any hurdles in her path, even if it means dealing with her own kin. As Zheng said, a bottle that holds water can only hold water. Chu took this philosophy to heart, albeit in her own way. She recognized that some individuals were too vital to let go, so they kept their roles. Kowloong and the Chamber of Commerce still need Bai Gui's adeptness at managing its complex financial systems. Not only in Chewen, but also across the board, Chu held on to many of Shun's picks for the Kowloong crew. Their specialized knowledge was essential for border security and managing construction projects. Even though Chu had shifted the family dynamics, she didn't completely wipe out all remnants of her family's former influence. Sorting out the clear from the murky is never merely about drawing lines. Chu looks over at Bai Gui, who is waiting patiently by the table, and speaks with definitive clarity. They wouldn't have delved into that scandal without Dominic's green light, and Dominic isn't naive enough to think we wouldn't catch on. So the conclusion is obvious. We do not need to intervene. Let them dig as much as they want. They won't cross the line. They might be bloodhounds, but Dominic still holds the leash. Understood. Also, Bai Gui, postpone the Universal Toys Company matter. This issue takes precedence over that deal. Hangzhe, go to Dan Hao and bring out that researcher, then take Dan Hao along as well. Prepare the itinerary. We're going to the Science Council. Ooh. At the Science Council, the main hall is bustling as usual, but there is a palpable tension in the air, like a stone has been tossed into a calm lake. Hey, did you hear? The leader of Kowloong is coming to the Science Council. Hey? Never heard of it. You didn't know? That student of Dr. Lando in the Section 3 is her relative. It's all these dirty politics. It's all these dirty political games, always shoving people with connections at us. Disgusting. There's someone who barely spent 3 days as a D-level researcher before she was suddenly promoted to deputy director, all thanks to having a powerful bomb. Does she even have the capability? She's always fixated on her tiny gains. If her mom was the president of the world government, would she also get to be an emperor or something? People are listening. Well, Kowloong does fund us quite a bit. But still, nepotism is unacceptable. Are you talking about someone named Villiers? That name doesn't sound like a Kowloong native. Nowadays, giving yourself an exotic name isn't that strange, right? Aren't you called Kurigohan? Stop! Why do you have to bring up my alias online? But that Villiers guy? He's okay. He must have some real talent. Otherwise, Mr. Landau wouldn't have taken him on as a student. Even Dr. Lu Wei from our division speaks highly of him. Hey, look, over there. Is that him? The young researcher tugs at the sleeve of the person next to him, nodding toward the main hall entrance. Near the main gate stands 2 figures, one in a dark green outfit, medium height, alongside another wearing the classical white attire of the Science Council. Or classic. Entering from the opposite side is a woman, also dressed in dark green. Nice to meet you. 2 pairs of gray, bleak eyes from the same bloodline meet, divided by an impenetrable barrier. ... An awkward silence spreads between Villiers and Chu. Excuse me, may I confirm if you are the leader of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce? Chu's cold gaze shifts from Villiers to the frail and tired scholar before her, Her expression softens slightly, tempered by years of command, yet her presence remains undeniably authoritative. Yes, I am. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Wei. Lu Wei extends his hand to Chu, as she reciprocates the gesture. Given your unexpected arrival, the chief has sent Villiers and myself to receive you. I have already notified the chief about the matter. The council is preparing, I presume? Sure. The chief is waiting in the ethics committee office. Villiers will escort you there. And your role? I apologize for not being able to stay, but our work demands urgency and waits for no one. Understood. Then I will take my leave. Lu Wei shakes Chu's hand once more, pats Villiers on the shoulder, and heads for the elevator. Lead the way. Chu suggests, her gaze returning to meet Villiers. You're a glaring misfit here. I expected you to act more appropriately here. Are you expecting me to call you Monarch of Kowloong? You are free to choose. This is the Science Council. Science doesn't bow to politics. Indeed, but it might be easier if you didn't rely on Kowloong's funding. Damn. Dominic has requested your presence at this joint interrogation. Crazy how she looks majestic everywhere she goes. She has that aura. Whoops. She's got that aura. She has that air. Me? That was the chief technician of the Science Council's decision. What a hassle. I've heard that Gestalt's research is complete and ready for application. So what? As I said, you are free to choose. Theories untested and knowledge unproven are merely empty words. You are free to return to Kowloong and do whatever you want. I don't need your promises or expectations. Of course, you can also stay with the Science Council, join the Arctic Route Union, or venture elsewhere. It's your choice. Remember, in Kowloong, you can do whatever you want. Chu's gaze sharpens, as if her brother, born of the same blood, is nothing more than a pawn in her game. Yet the look in Villiers' eyes betrays a mix of greed and arrogance. The two remain silent until Villiers pushes open the door to the ethics committee office, barely muttering two words through clenched teeth. We're here. In the nearly vacant conference room, investigators clad in standard suits and world government officials gather around a vast table, their attention riveted on Chu as she enters. Her presence seems to usher in facts and a suffocating silence. Miss Chu, welcome. At the far end of the room, a figure sits shrouded in shadow, the room's lighting seemingly avoiding them deliberately. Members of the Parliament and the Ethics Committee, please head to the inquiry room first. I'd like to have a word alone with the leader of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce. This command, firm and irrefutable, sets everyone in motion. They pick up their briefcases stuffed with documents or clutch stacks of thick terminals, filing past Chu in an orderly procession. Oh, nice to meet you, Miss Chu. A neatly dressed man nods respectfully to Chu as he passes by. But Chu seems not to notice him, letting him walk by without acknowledgement. He was there in the meeting. Huh? Soon, only Chu, Villiers, and the enigmatic figure who chose to remain unseen are left in the room. Villiers, you should leave too. Villiers says nothing, only casting a meaningful glance toward the shadowed end of the conference room before turning to leave, quietly closing the door behind him. Villiers has always despised history. Even during his assessments with the Sulani, history was a subject he endured only grudgingly. He might not recall that centuries ago, it was common for groups to be sealed in a room, the door locked until they could deliver a result that could change the world. Because those people often shared a common belief. Extra, extra, read all about it. Latest news, Kowloong embroiled in a major inhumane scientific experiment scandal. Is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality? Why were Kowloong officials completely unaware? Why has the Science Council decided to impose the most severe punishment of expulsion on the perpetrators? What does the future hold for the cooperation between Kowloong and the Council? Final answers in today's Pioneer Review. As the electronic tones of a virtual newsboy echo through the streets, crowds gather around newspaper vending machines. Even those previously unaware of the scandal are now drawn to these hubs of information. A paperboy, or paper machine. Displayed on the screens of these machines, styled like vintage newspapers, a bold headline that captures the gravity of the situation. Scandal rocks Kowloong. Inhumane experiments uncovered. Project Orient remains unaffected. On the morning of October 26th, the Ethics Committee of the Science Council and Chu, a leading figure from the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce, convened a press conference. They announced the findings of the investigation into illegal human experiments conducted within Kowloong over the past few days. The report revealed that the Intelligence Research Institute, affiliated with the Fuxi Research Institute in Kowloong, is suspected of using live humans for dissection and memory experiments. Yikes. Over the last 5 years, the case involved 57 unregistered human experiments affecting more than 70 individuals. The Science Council stated that the Council has always been committed to standardizing and regulating scientific experiments worldwide. They particularly emphasized the importance of viewing science as an integral part of human civilization, a fundamental principle for the future of humanity. Sir Arnold Ziegler, chairman of the Science Council's Ethics Committee, had also shared some information. He stated that the investigation in Kowloong was conducted smoothly with significant support from local officials. When mentioning the investigation, Sir Arnold said, "We have thoroughly investigated all the materials provided by the Fuxi Research Institute headquarters. We believe this case violates our recognized societal moral consensus and scientific ethical standards. The main perpetrator conducted numerous unlicensed human live experiments, driven solely by a desire to explore the origins of human consciousness. Moreover, the experiment even involved some non-consenting participants, which is clearly a criminal offense. After interrogating the involved personnel, the Science Council decided to expel a total of 18 individuals involved as a form of punishment. It is believed that expulsion is the most severe punishment the Science Council can impose on researchers. Those expelled will not be recognized by the Council, will be unable to secure any legal research funding globally, and will not be eligible to apply for any research permits." This goes back to what was being talked about earlier in this chapter, with that meeting between Commandant Asimov and Duhong. Fortunately, despite the prolonged duration of this case, it did not cause widespread damage. However, it remains a profoundly egregious breach of legal and ethical standards, serving as a wake-up call for us, said Sir Arnold. Chu, the current leader of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce, bowed in apology, saying, "This tragedy indeed stems from inadequate supervision from Kowloong. I take full responsibility for this failure, and I will personally oversee the follow-up arrangements. We will only reopen the Institute after thorough inspections. In the future, Kowloong will enhance the scrutiny of scientific ethics and take proactive responsibility. We'll also strengthen our ties with the Science Council to create a win-win situation for the world's top scientific forces," she added. At the end of the press conference, Dr. Wesley Casimir, Deputy Director of the Science Council's Development Division Section 1, announced on behalf of Chief Technician Dominic, who was absent. He announced that the Science Council will maintain a long-term, close cooperation with Kowloong. This partnership will not be affected by recent events. The Science Council and the world government are also considering entrusting Kowloong with the feasibility verification of Project Eden. Our chief believes that despite some flaws, Kowloong's research and development capabilities remain among the best in the world. Deepening our cooperation with Kowloong aligns with the next phase of the Science Council's goals, said Dr. Wesley. Project Orient, aimed at deep space exploration, is expected to be finalized by the end of the year after a review by the World United Government. The launch missions for this plan will be carried out by the Tsiolkovsky Launch Center in Kowloong, the most advanced aerospace facility on the ground. A comprehensive investigation report from the Science Council's Ethics Committee and a statement from the Fuxi Research Institute will be jointly released in the coming days. 4 hours before the press conference. Please have a seat, Miss Chu. You should be aware that neither Kowloong nor I appreciate being led by the nose. It seems I don't need to explain the situation any further. The Science Council is responsible for the actions of every certified researcher under its jurisdiction. Every crime they commit while holding our certification is a grave insult to us. However, this should be an internal matter for Kowloong to handle. You have no right to interfere. Ms. Chu, the principles of the Science Council are not confined by simple territorial jurisdiction. Our goal is to eliminate this divide, not to follow it and create more. Even so, conducting investigations in Kowloong without our consent is too much. As a knowledgeable expert, you must be familiar with our saying, you can't let others sleep soundly on your own couch. That's an interesting saying. Chu's tone was razor sharp, as if she could tear apart the shadows and those hiding within them at any moment. I offer my apologies for that. Their actions were indeed at my behest. It was a rush to judgment, and that was my failing. But please understand, since the incident at the start of the year, the entire council has been determined to excise the rot festering within. I heard about the expulsions earlier this year. Yes, mostly those who committed crimes against humanity and their research. But you didn't openly address this matter. It was for the council's reputation. I had no choice. At times you exhibit the stubborn integrity of a scholar, and at others, the cunning of a politician. So, you needed the Kowloong incident to shake things up. The figure in the shadow falls silent. Science is just a pawn in the game of politics. I will do everything in my power to realize the council's vision, facing what the other members refuse to. My place is here. I have no choice but to persist. Kowloong will cooperate. I'll play my part in this act. But this council will continue its collaboration with Kowloong as always. Oh? What exactly does that entail? Her question is pointed, sharp as a blade at the throat. Our partnership will not be undermined by this incident. The Council will push for the next decade's plan in Parliament. The KM validation of Eden 1 will still be entrusted to Kowloong, as previously decided. Until the lunar base is fully renovated, only the previously constructed Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City of Kowloong can handle this task. And for Eden 2, the Science Council will ensure a neutral selection process for the construction site, not entrusting it solely to Kowloong or any other entity. Then we have reached a consensus. Just as Chu is about to rise, Dominic adds. Miss Chu, I must say, you're just like your father. I am not my father, and I expect that distinction to be respected. It was meant as a compliment, Miss Chu. He was a visionary strategist. Without his initial investments, many of our advancements, including interstellar colonization, would remain but a dream. But you are indeed different, Miss Chu. Your father was more gentle than you. With a cold laugh, Chu stands and pushes open the heavy door. Are we all wearing masks? Holy! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dialogue nodes. That's crazy. Yeah, I can see why people were getting tired of going through this chapter. Looking into the future. Oh, after that is a battle stage. It's playing. Years later, as future generations crafted the epitaph, they said it, of this era, they would inscribe the following words. In an age where boundless energy unleashed unprecedented productivity, clean electricity suffused every aspect of life, the skies were free of industrial smoke. Food was synthesized with precision by machines. I love this song. Advances in biomedical and prosthetic technologies extended human lifespans, yet the pursuit of immortality was abandoned, for the future of civilization lies in its ability to evolve and iterate. A true legacy is found in the lives of its progeny. Dude, ever since I finished Aeon Reforged, I've been listening to this specific OST on Spotify like non-stop. It's so good. It's a dream for the Chu Simpson. I don't care how much dialogue it is. It's for my queen. All hail Chu. Long live Kowloong. The old shackles were broken, freeing up countless hours for people to pursue their true potential. No longer burdened by concerns over housing or making a living, children dreamed of becoming scientists in laboratories and astronauts aboard space stations. Meanwhile, the humanities and arts flourished once again, reclaiming their rightful splendor. Information was no longer a needle in a haystack, but a door wide open to all, inviting progress and the pursuit of knowledge. Orphanages emptied, famines ceased, poverty was eradicated, and wars faded into history. Youthful hands penned verses that illuminated the cosmos, turning the gaze of humanity beyond the azure confines of Earth. The stars are no longer a distant future, but a near tomorrow. We've built a magnificent city on the moon, and our swords, shields, and plows will conquer the entire solar system. Our era was noble, grand, resounding with the echoes of hope. Glory to those who look forward to the future. Glory to those who march boldly forward. No, just when the drop came. Just as the present was once envisioned from the past. Humans on Earth will not only resonate with nearby satellites, but also with the vast, boundless universe. Gazing at the slowly spinning blue planet outside the window, Chu recalls this line she once read. It is her first time looking back at Earth from such a position. The next moment, her reverie is interrupted by a hand reaching out in front of her. The white sleeve of the uniform marks it belonged to the man as a member of the space station's crew. Sometimes I can just sit here and watch this scene all day without getting bored. Nice to meet you, Lady Chu. I am Hui Han. He introduces himself, his familiar accent and features requiring no translator to reveal his identity. And you are? I was dispatched from Kowloong to the Science Council's Aerospace Center back when Lord Zhang was in charge. Decades have flown by, and now with the world government established, it feels like just a blink of an eye. I served as commander for over 10 years, and now I've stepped down to be a regular operator. Impressive. And Chu nods, shaking his hand in a gesture of mutual respect, though she struggled to recall any specific memory of his name. Have you always lived on the International Space Station? I occasionally go down with the transport pods, but I prefer it here. Hui Han gestures toward the blue planet outside the window. Compared to Kowloong on the ground, this feels more like home. Down there, I often feel squeezed, overwhelmed by the crowds. Here I float through the spaceport or wander the lunar construction sites. It's strange, but space is where I find my peace. Perhaps it's the freedom. We've been tethered to the ground for too long, for far too long. Possibly. I wonder if children born in these stars will share this feeling. Your children might feel the same. But I never got married. Thanks to your administration, my parents are well taken care of, so I have no worries. The middle-aged man grins, his expression warm and unguarded. It feels as though there is no hierarchy between him and Chu, almost as if they are old friends. That's why I am so free. Oh, by the way, I heard Kowloong is now into robotics and androids. Seems like you still care about your hometown. I keep up with the news. I see products from Universal Toy here on the station too. That's... Bzzz. Lady Chu, the docking operations with the lunar base are nearly finished. Lian Shan's voice comes through the communicator by Chu's ear. Today marks the assembly of the multifunctional orbital satellite network. Norman Mining Corp and the world government's military, both spearheading the lunar base project, have invited numerous leaders to the International Space Station for the inauguration. Not only Chu, but also the chief of the Arctic Route Union, representatives from the Transatlantic Economic Community and Act-alike Commercial Alliance, and key figures from the world government, including President Trillard, are all gathered here. To serve as the central command hub, the International Space Station has descended to its lowest orbit. After adjusting the positions of 240 orbital satellites, it ascended to a geostationary orbit and then descended once more to settle permanently at an altitude of 25,000 kilometers. This is why the blue planet filled the entire window in front of Chu. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Once the lunar base expansion is complete, the construction of Eden 2 will fully transfer to the lunar base and lunar orbit. That's precisely why we need to finalize the docking via the International Space Station. Suddenly, alarms blare, cutting off Chu's words. Almost simultaneously, several uniformed Yazoo grounds rush from the corners to form a protective circle around Chu, nearly knocking Hui Han off balance. We have a situation. Lady Chu, please have these Yazoo take you to the safety cabin, and quickly. And it's not just you. They're moving all the leaders to the safety cabin as well. I need to check what's going on. The soldier in front of Chu gives a sharp salute with the Kowloong military gesture, then quickly heads deeper into the space station. Let's move. Do you know where the safety cabin is? The small cabin is crowded, with each leader accompanied by their guards, except for Trillard, who is seated at the front. It's really too crowded in here, everyone. Let's have all your guards step outside. They can wait at the door. Don't worry, in a place like this, it's never just a matter of 1 or 2 people getting hurt. But if we face something we can't handle, these few guards won't be enough to save us. Trillard said this half-jokingly, and upon their leader's nod, the tall and imposing guards start leaving the safety cabin one by one. How could something go wrong at a time like this? I heard there was an issue with a rocket and satellite launch just now. Perhaps you can explain, Mr. President. Calm down, everyone. I'll connect the signal now. Trillard twists the knob on the table and a live feed is projected on the screen behind him. Call sign Alpha, this is the World Government Space Force Command. As per your request, we have destroyed the illegally orbiting space transport rocket. There are no life forms detected from the remains of the opposition. Good. Now we are preparing for recovery docking. Wait, what? We are now preparing to recover and dock with Eden satellites A012, A055, and C006. That's impossible. Their status. They're currently in an erratic rolling motion. Let's wait 2 days to assemble new ones on the ground and launch them. We can do temporary bridging for now. The Space Force has orders to complete the launch of Eden today. Colonel Shin, Major Garrison, and Colonel Chernik. You will be responsible for the docking and maintenance of satellites A012, A055, A C006 in sequence. Roger that. But that's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Commander. What has achieved in the past can certainly be realized now. Don't underestimate humanity's power in space. If something manages to happen here, your guards won't save you. Yep, he's so real. He's so real for that. Trillard nods, twists the knob again, turns off the audio, leaving only the visuals. So, the next step for the Space Force Command is docking and recovery. Exactly. It's a highly challenging mission. Damn, how did things get to this point? Let's do it. Just do our best. Let's leave the space operations to the Space Force. The real question for us is how we can ensure that we're all moving in the same direction. Shouldn't you have anticipated such an incident? As long as there is a centralized authority like the world government, there will be opposition. It's already too late to bring this topic to the table. Chu's sharp words intensify the tension in the room. You're right. We should always plan for the unexpected. Earlier this year, I spoke with Chief Dominic. The Science Council agreed that we need to focus not just on starship weapons, but also on ground defense systems. Professor Victor should be the one leading this initiative, so we're in good hands. Always choosing the straightforward and forceful approach. Could this lead to more conflicts with the opposition? That's why we need a solid strategy. Again, it all comes down to interests. In Kowloong, the citizens never resisted the Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, outside of Kowloong, there are no Kowloong citizens among those opposing the world government. Punish those who disrupt peace and reward those who seek unity. Repay enmity with justice and reward with virtue. That's the guiding principle. But these opposition forces were scattered everywhere. Are we really going to initiate another round of strikes and wars? Are you afraid of war? Chu's forceful inquiry resonates in the silent room. Gulp. Kowloong has always displayed decisiveness in warfare to outsiders. If it weren't for this moment, the declaration could easily be interpreted as a declaration of war. There is more than one way to achieve a goal. We need both carrots and sticks. I agree with Miss Chu. Trillard smiles and looks in Chu's direction. The Parliament is currently considering a proposal for global-scale conscription. Conscription? That sounds like a significant expense. You could think of it that way. What do you mean? The proposal is still a draft. Nothing is finalized yet, and it's likely to take a few years to implement. We plan to fund the recruitment of retired military personnel and other armed forces globally to gradually weaken the active opposition. After all, not everyone has unwavering beliefs. Initially, we will train them to military standards, but they won't be directly integrated into the regular forces. Instead, we'll create a training buffer zone under military oversight. Those who fail basic training won't cause much trouble if they're returned to their hometowns under the Gestalt's law enforcement. Those who pass and meet the military standards will be integrated into the regular army or other branches. For those who don't, with the support of the world government, they'll be offered as mercenaries and to those in need, and the government will collect a significant fee. The world government will largely stay out of it except for one rule. Private employers must purchase weapons through approved channels when hiring these mercenaries. With the world government's support, what if these mercenaries are hired by the opposition? Wouldn't that be aiding our enemies? Whether they're opposition forces or private employers, how they utilize the mercenaries is up to them. But if they cross the line, they will face the Science Council's sticks instead of the world government's carrots. At this point, Chu, who had been deliberately ignoring Trillard, briefly glanced in his direction, her eyes catching a glimmer of light. The first time Chu heard the name Trillard, her father was still alive. Back then, he was just a young man. Today, he is the president of the world government's parliament. Chu had always harbored skepticism toward this man who called himself a humble tool for human unity. In her eyes, his grand vision of ultimate unity was nothing more than a pipe dream. But she never imagined this man would have such a decisive side. By breaking down the opposition's active forces, we could also make better use of reserve armies around the world. Our initial calculations show that the actual cost is surprisingly low, less than 30% of the potential gains. To carry out this plan, we need more than the Parliament's incentives. The Science Council's arsenal will serve as a necessary deterrent. I've heard they're even developing giant robots. Kowloong supports this proposal because only those who understand human nature and reality can propose such a bill. Recruiting under the guise of the world government is just a front. Like Chu said, it all comes down to interests. Maintaining the operations of the world government and its parliament, funding the growing space military expenses, necessary peacekeeping, providing public services, and handling countless other details. All these require a lot of money. Relying on only voluntary financial contributions from countries isn't enough. The recruitment and mercenary strategy can neutralize active opponents of the world government, organize and educate unstable elements within society, and help dispose of or sell off military surplus left from the Great Depression. The most clever and realistic aspect of this plan is that the world government doesn't need to concern itself with the whereabouts of the mercenaries who aren't incorporated into the military. Trillard can demand higher fees from the wealthy and turn a blind eye to the opposition. These mercenaries will be the fertilizers spread by the world government, enriching both the legitimate and illegitimate sides of society. Those who can afford to hire these mercenaries clearly control substantial resources. As long as resource inequality exists, conflicts persist. So, they will hire private soldiers to protect their possessions. It's in human nature to plunder what they see and claim what they find. When their conflicts begin, the world government can simply sit back and watch. But when they start reaching into the world government's territory, it's time for the government to step in and harvest the gains from the chaos they've nurtured. At the end of the day, all the money eventually ends up in the world government's coffers. Thank you, Miss Chu. Chu has seen too many times how the bystander reaps the benefits while the fighters lose out. Setting up and executing such schemes might not cost the planners much in tangible terms. Their main challenges are moral and ethical backlash. But with one condition: do not sell the world government's mercenaries to Kowloong. This is still a draft, of course. It's ambitious and will undoubtedly require further scrutiny from the Parliament, but let's not forget, all of this is in the pursuit of a united humanity under the auspices of the world government. With Kowloong now on board, what are your thoughts, everyone? Half an hour later, as international delegates step out of the safety cabin, the alert at the International Space Station has been lifted. The 3 space officers who orchestrated the nearly impossible docking mission have safely returned to the station. Let's go. We should thank those soldiers who accomplished this impossible task. Shouldn't we? They saved Project Eden. Punish those who disrupt peace and reward those who seek unity. Repay enmity with justice and reward with virtue. That's the guiding principle. And they've also helped preserve the world government. Wouldn't you agree, President Trillard? Chu looks out at the slowly spinning Earth, her comment tossed casually into the void. Trillard maintains his composed smile, a mask of inscrutability all too familiar to any seasoned politician, leaving even Chu in contemplative silence. They both understand precisely the nature of the other. Your judgment is spot on as usual, Miss Chu. Since there's a cost, then surely compensation is due. Chu floats in this digital expanse where streams of time flow past her. Everything around her, including herself, seems to be in a rapid freefall. Each moment splits infinitely, leaving shadows above and below her. Time manifests as visible strands surrounding her. Some strands are already colored, marking the events of human history, while others remain blank, untouched by the past. Each emits a faint glow, stretching from the earliest life forms in the ocean to humanity's marks upon the skies. Chu tries to manipulate the delicate, seemingly infinite strands of time. They are pliable enough to be shifted significantly, yet there always appears to be an invisible boundary they cannot surpass, beyond which lay the realm of fate. Kowloong. She struggles to swim toward the strand that signifies Kowloong. That strand is thicker and more robust than the others, with a deeper color as well. From Kowloong, another strand emerges, stretching parallel into the endless distance. Tabula Kasha. These strands stretch infinitely upward, turning an unnatural crimson at a point, only to return to their original color, albeit dimmer. Further up, another segment of crimson appears, this time interspersed with pure white. Luna. Chu continues to drift further. For a long, long time. Until a certain moment, the colors of Kowloong and Tabula Akasha suddenly dim, followed by endless blankness. The colors of history end there. History and civilization have no eternity. A trembling data shadow appears beside Chu, its voice a blend of many. There are too many variables here. Even Huashu and Tabula Akasha cannot predict the future accurately. According to Huashu's calculations, it is only through my death that Kowloong civilization endures. And I am already dead. Tabula Akasha, isn't here the place for the dead? No, Chu. Tabula Akasha harbors no living souls, yet it is not a sanctuary for the deceased. Death is simply death, a stark reality that brings true liberation. There is no designated realm for the dead. When death claims us, it strips away all vestiges of life. As life leaves us, death fills us. Information is the same, Chu. Death cannot be deceived. We can only respect it. This isn't the afterlife, Chu, for no such place exists. No way. Huashu and Tabula Akasha showed me that the future should be like this. Time is not to be tampered with, and the future remains a mystery. A future mystery. The trembling memory entity suddenly vanishes, along with the complex strands. Wait! Huashu, tabula akasha. Chu's voice echoes in the endless, solitary darkness. History and civilization, they hold no eternity. Nor does sovereignty. What happened to my people? They are merely necessary sacrifices for greatness. Who are you? I am death. I am your executioner. I am the emperor of all mechanoids. Uh-oh. Shules. Yeah, that's Shules. Man, this guy has a... this guy really hates humanity. Hell and Wars. Crazy. 21. Man, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dialogue nodes until the next battle stage. That's crazy. We went from like 8% to 60%. Woo. We get to play ice. We get to play Shukra. Beautiful. The fabric of time and space entwined, rendering the future post meaningless. When their whispers reach your ears, the entire world, hell, will unfold before you, me. Thank you for reading for us, Cap. You're welcome. Jeez. Doing so many people a favor. But Shules managed to single-handedly hack into Huashu without one of the other big eyes. Yeah, something about Shules, man. Either Shules is just that crazy, like Shules is just like that mechanoid, or maybe someone is helping Shules. I don't know. Something's up, though. Something's definitely up. The beast devours, flames consume, and a boiling river of blood churns everything in its path. The crimson sky, neither day nor night, makes it impossible to discern where the sun sets. Cries for help echo from all directions, only to dissipate futilely in this forest of death. Enter this gate. Help! Mommy, no! This place is gorgeous. Get down! Before you can fully grasp the scene, a blinding flash nearly blinds you. Right after, a deafening explosion and a wave of heat follow. The scorching wind almost bakes you dry, throwing you into a trench-like crater. Only then do you realize you are on a real battlefield. She just randomly pops up during this. What are we fighting? My body. What's happening to me? Spitting out the dirt, tainted with the stench of decay and rust, you suddenly realize that your appearance has drastically changed from what you remember. Where did you get this frame? There's no time to dwell on this, as figures emerge one by one from the sea of corpses and blood, advancing toward you. You must fight. I need a weapon. You're holding a sword. How convenient. Just when you need to kill, you have the perfect tool to cut and slice them apart. I need a weapon. Ah, who is that? Maybe just a ghost of the battlefield? Don't mind her. She's already dead. Let's forget she ever existed. The sword. What is it? Enemies? Question mark? Good. Just like that, you swing the sword and decapitate a head. Although the sword is sharp enough to cut through iron, you can still feel the slight resistance when severing the neck. Repeat. Or die. Wait. Damn it. Choked on my own spit. Is she... It said enemies question mark and it showed a soldier. Is she Choose awake. This is the same battlefield. I feel like she's ending up killing the, like, good guys. She's still inside Akasha? Oh, there's that too. Check the surroundings first. There's a spooky ghost. Time to go home. Where should I go? Where do I belong? The road is blocked. War is almost over. Is this a consciousness data fragment? Home of demons. One must not stare for long. Sorry, my child. Doesn't look like any data saved in Tabula Akasha. My backside hurts. I think right now this is like the events that's going on with the corrupted and hetero creatures. Where exactly is this battlefield? It's happening right now too. Winds of sorrow, the smoke of regret. Or is it? Is this implying something? Hey, that's you. It would explain a random new frame and the fact that nothing is on fire right now. Oh, it's Pulaou. Or maybe this is just a complete different vision. Pulaou, why are you here?
Horo? 何故ここに?
ホロー州をねぎらおうとご飯を作っていました。
Or maybe this is a vision in the
局
past
様
or
もぜひ
something?
ご一緒しませんか？
In Akasha, yeah. Yeah, this is in Akasha, I think, yeah. Why not enjoy it? Helen Wars. What a fascinating war. Nope. Who are you? Just randomly drops down. Tabula Akasha Echo. Okay, so this is the Tabula Akasha she's in. Whoa.
最後の情けです。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。最後の情けです。最後の情け、哀れで無駄なあがきよ。小賢しい。
Whoops.
さあ、哀れで無駄なあがきよ。最後、さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。
Shouldn't have such memory records.
小賢しい。
Whoops.
最後の情けです。九竜は生き続ける。
Okay, they just keep coming and going.
哀れで無駄なあがきよ。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。
Endless bones, you are not qualified. Mere number in this war. Cannot reject anything.
哀れで無駄なあがきよ。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。さあ、永遠へと歩みなさい。
Cannot refuse war or death. Fight until we no longer have to.
さあ最後の情けです。
But she has her ult now.
哀れで無駄なあがきよ。
Lady Chu. This sector. Objective, survive. Sorry. Here, time seems a divine grace stripped away. This place is dominated by guns, bacteria, steel, blood, fire, and death. Load, aim, shoot, and eject. The Lee Enfield rifle in our hands, capable of firing 10 rounds in half a minute, becomes a rhythm of survival. Good aim. I'm still not at my best. If my master were here, he could fire 30 rounds in a minute. Aim for their heads. Stop wasting bullets. If you're so good, why don't you do it? Alright, let's enjoy the peace while it lasts. Stop arguing. You are resting against a collapsed triangular wall. Around you, an eclectic arsenal sprawls out, from muzzle-loading rifles and bolt-action rifles to submachine guns and sniper rifles. There are also magnetic pulse rifles, cannons powered by unknown energies, and an array of flashy, sophisticated firearms. The array extends beyond guns to include hammers, katanas, scalpels, and heavy greatswords. There are wizard staves, chainsaws, and daggers, alongside those wielding bare fists or even conducting a military band. It's a bizarre sight. What, have painters and bards now joined the fray as well? In this madness, anything seems possible. Just like the sword in your hand. Despite your exhaustion, the sound of human voices nearby draws your attention. Ignoring the pain, you limp toward what appears to be a group of relatively normal-looking people, hoping to find some semblance of order or perhaps an ally. It's a fantasy game now. Hey. Wow, there's somebody still alive. Come, have a seat here. The soldiers, curious as if viewing a rare animal, circle around you. Why are you so clean? Dressed all in white. Did you just come from a funeral? Show some respect. We even got farmers with signs out here too. You're good at breaking up fights. Hey, where did you come from? You shake your head because you really don't know how you ended up here. What is this battle? Or is this war? Or this war? Where did those monsters come from, and how long have you been here? No idea, not a clue. All we know is that in 2 days, when reinforcements arrive, we break through. That's nonsense. Didn't you hear that from Kaka? And Kaka's been dead for 3 days. How do you know it's been 3 days? I've been keeping track. In this endless darkness, how can you tell one day from another? So, you're waiting for reinforcements? Yes. Where are they? Not here yet. So you've just been here all this time? What else can we do? There's nowhere to go. I've been here about 5 days now. See, I told you so. Time here is messed up. Some bastard must be messing with time here. If you ask me. Alright. Hey, want some food? I just made it. She places a bowl of deep red soup in front of you. The thick, bubbling soup contains chunks of unidentifiable meat and organs. It looks disgusting but smells surprisingly delicious. No, thanks. Refusal is a virtue, something you're quite adept at, isn't it? The soldier returns to the group, silently enjoying the meal. The delightful aroma only makes you more exhausted. The endless battles have every part of your body screaming. The trench is full of mud, and you slowly slump down to the ground. Is there something beneath you? It's just a severed hand. In such wars, who doesn't die? Who doesn't lose a few parts of themselves? Legs, eyes, ears, ribs, arms, and of course, losing life. These tragedies happen thousands of times in war, repeating over and over again. It never stops. As long as humanity exists, they will continue endlessly. Dying in battle, but still holding this gun. Keep fighting until death, right? Suddenly, the crimson air seems ignited. A brilliant white light from the plains far away lights up the entire battlefield, a towering mushroom cloud squeezing the sky. A few seconds later, a deafening boom follows. Reinforcements! They've arrived! The reinforcements are supporting us! Look at how happy those who rush into war are. Overjoyed, the soldiers rush toward the blinding explosion, ignoring the searing pain in their eyes. An explosion of this magnitude. Retreat, quickly, or you'll die! Get down! But who are you to order them around? You are just a mere number in this war. An endless number. A hot wind, laden with high-energy particles, sweeps across the battlefield. It peels off the skin, burns the fat, dismantles the muscles, tears apart the organs, and crushes the bones. Later, when I reach the sea of corpses and blood, the soldiers are nowhere to be seen. They might be part of that sea now, claimed by the war itself. I know, it's part of war, a price that must be paid. I shouldn't be so sentimental. Yet, something still urges my heart. It makes my hands search the ground, filling my nails with blood and dirt. It compels me to search and dig, despite the futility. Time becomes indistinct. All that remains are bodies melded with metal. This is what war leaves in its wake. I couldn't save anyone. I could only watch as a wild blaze of fire and smoke licked the sky, the scorching wind searing my skin. I stagger to my feet. The only other living thing is a vulture. Across the expanse far in the distance, I see another figure struggling to rise amidst the flames. He is frail, his body bent over like an oversized newborn. He isn't a survivor. He is just like me. We both defied death. But night now reascends, and it is time for parting. All is seen. Oh, mala notte resurge y ormai è da parter che tutto avem veduto. I don't know. What language is that? Before there was German, and now that language. I don't know what that language is. Holy. Yep. That's why the gap is there. I guess this is all happening during these events, hey? Inferno and Revenge. It was Italian? Okay, thank you. The fabric of time and space entwine, rendering the future, present, meaningless. When their whispers reach your ears, the entire world, hell, will unfold before you, me. What a magnificent city. The world is cast as a reflection in a mirror, showing only the city within its glassy confines. The golden city where humans, mechanoids, and constructs coexist peacefully, dons its most enchanting regalia at night. When Chu regains her senses, she finds herself on the bustling streets of Kowloong. It is as though nothing has changed, with history eternally capturing the city in its most radiant moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange figure darts through an alley across the street, and Chu sharply notices the anomaly. You sighed. The street is too crowded. By the time Chu navigates through the throng to the mouth of the alley, the figure with the pulsing green glow has vanished. In its place stands a woman in her 20s. Greetings, Lady Chu. Huashu sent me to guide you. You can call me Jessie, or Jessia. Huashu sent you. That means I'm still in the Tabula Akasha, right? This isn't the right place to talk about it. Please follow me to a safer location. The woman cautiously peeks out of the alley before signaling Chu to follow. Jieshe leads Chu through the intricate alleyways. After making sure there is no one suspicious around, she opens an old door. Inside, a tall and kind man immediately stands up to greet Chu. Lady Chu, what is going on? Lady Chu, you are in the Tabula Akasha. Huashu intended for you to finish building the historical data before entering the Tabula Akasha. But it seems there was a glitch in the cache, so Huashu had to upload you into the Tabula Akasha. But some sectors of the Tabula Akasha have turned into a no-go zone, a kind of hell where any data that enters can never leave. At the last moment, Huashu sent you here. So, this area is part of Tabula Akasha's data space? To put it simply, from the moment you were uploaded, you've been inside the Tabula Akasha. This sector is still safe. Huashu moved us here temporarily. However, we don't know when we might have to move again. So that's how it was, huh? Settle in here and don't leave without permission. Huashu will relocate you again when necessary. As Chu grabs her sword and turns to leave, Jieshe blocks the door with her body. Or Jieshe. No, Lady Chu. You can't leave here. Her voice trembles as she blocks the path of the monarch of Kowloong. Step aside. No. Unable to confront her people, Chu couldn't raise her sword. Well, Jieshe, you need to explain things properly. Lady Chu doesn't fully understand the situation yet. The man who appears to be Jieshe's husband quickly steps between them to mediate. Continue. Well, how should I put it? So Huashu sent her to Akasha and Chu has to fight the virus to clear the infected sections. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Well, Huashu's orders were to bring you to the safe sector and make sure you stay here. Why? Well, he nervously searches for the right words. Well, I am Jieshe's husband. I was already 40 when I transferred to this sector. When I was transferred. But look at Jieshe. She still appears to be in her 20s, right? That was the age I was when I first met her. So you're saying there's a lot of scrambled data here and some timestamps are incorrect. Yes, exactly. Then I must leave. There are things I need to do. Magical girl, shining warrior. A youthful and cheerful declaration rings out from the room, leaving an awkward silence among the three. Question mark? Why didn't you turn off the TV? It's nothing. The middle-aged man with a sheepish smile walks past Chu and turns off the TV. You know, the kids love it. I find it quite captivating myself, so I thought I'd watch too. Your child. She should be just outside now. Oh, these are I had a feel, yeah, okay. Like I had a feeling, yeah, when the whole magical girl thing came up, I immediately thought of Yo-Yo in my mind. Which led to me being like, is this possibly her parents? And it is. So they uploaded, right, because Usabeni was given the storage device from Hanying earlier that contained Pulao's memories. And then I think it was Du Hong that was like, I'll upload it to Tabula Akasha. Her name is Yo-Yo, right? Yes. Su Fu's mood visibly deflates. Speaking of which, you mentioned a special edition DVD last time. As Chu turns back toward the room, the couple's expressions fall. Lady Chu, we know Huashu doesn't have the spare resources to predict her future or end. If you could tell me, will she make it? She is currently serving her duty as Pulao for the people of Kowloong. She'll make it through. Chu clenches her weapon tighter. She knows she can't offer them any answers. She is not even sure if the situation is moving toward the future she hoped for, or if Yo-Yo can survive this disaster. but she has to offer some reassurance. It is a necessary facade. That's good. That's good. The man mutters softly, then quickly, as if realizing something, pulls his wife standing at the door back to his side. Lady Chu, will we all survive? Sure, things will get better. Who's that? But the person outside seems unwilling to respond, continuing to knock incessantly. Who's there? Thump. The knocking turns into a violent ramming. If Huashu hadn't reinforced the memory area's defenses, the seemingly fragile door wouldn't have withstood such impact. Chu immediately readies herself for battle. Still no response from outside. It feels different from the usual disturbances caused by the punishing virus. See, different from the usual, disturbances. So it might just be Shules. Yeah. Most likely. Found you. Here's Shules. Chu points her sword toward the door and slowly retreats to the bedside, signaling the panicked Suhu and Jessa to hide behind her. Bang! The fragile door finally cracks open, not from the ramming, but from a pitch-black longsword slicing through. Why couldn't you have just done that earlier, dude? Create suspense. Behind the crack, a somewhat familiar eye is revealed. Hey. Ashen wings, Chu? Bang. The door finally gives way under the external force, revealing a shadowy figure as dark as the longsword. Finally. What in the Black Rock shooter? Whoa, Shoals got hot. Found you. Chu doesn't wait for the figure to respond and thrusts her sword toward their throat. Clang. The dark longsword deflects Chu's attack, causing her blade to merely graze the intruder's neck without inflicting harm. Interesting. Clang. Chu instinctively shifts to the right, trying to reposition for another strike. However, with Sufu and Jesse behind her, she has to block the incoming attack instead of advancing. The dark blade that swept past her seems oddly familiar, though she can't place why. As the fight continues, the intruder mirrors Chu's techniques almost perfectly, but with a more sinister edge. Their attacks seem calculated to exploit Chu's instinct to protect the couple behind her, subtly aiming to strike at them with each move. It is as if the fight isn't about winning or killing, but rather for pure slaughter and joy. Run! Terrified, Sufu grabs Jesse and they both dash to an opposite door, fleeing the scene. Keep your eyes on me, Chu. Chu counters another strike from the intruder, swinging her sword at a cluttered nearby table and TV, creating a distraction with dust and sparks. She seizes the moment to dive through the same door Sufu and Jesse escaped through. The room, memory, they just left instantly turns into a sea of flames. The dark figure stands illuminated by the fire, her sinister smile reflecting the flickering flames. Why not forget the past and embrace a new life? Escape. Behind every door lies the same scene, identical room layouts, the same furniture, and the same Kowloong's Magical Girl DVD. Escape seems futile. Behind every door were the same intruders, the same fights, and the same flames. Where else can you go, you sinner? Whoa! Damn. Chew on chew violence, bro. We got a double chew feature. A dark figure appears behind Chu, cold blade pressed to her throat. Ah, so familiar. Her cold gaze lingers menacingly as she teases Chu's stoic face. It's been too long since I tasted such defiant memories. Surrounded by Chus. Get away from me! Chu tries to push the figure back with her sword, but the blade at her neck presses closer, the pain searing through her thoughts. Though the pain drains her strength to resist, she still holds onto her weapon. I won't leave, Chu. I will never leave you, because I am you. The blade sinks deeper into her skin, yet no vital fluid flows out. Instead, a strong hatred seeps through the wound into Chu's mind. I will fulfill the unfinished vision of my father. Those who drove my father to his death will bleed for their deeds. No, you can't. You can't do this. Many of them were my people, holding key positions in the chamber. Your people are all dead. Now only you remain, despicable, shameless, and cunning. If you kill me, everything, Kowloong, will spiral back into war. Kowloong does not fear war. As the monarch of Kowloong, I will end the war. Joe! People of Kowloong, hear me. Kowloong is in the grip of an unprecedented crisis, and you have the right to know the truth. We have been betrayed. A relentless faction within the chamber coerced our previous leader into taking his own life. Like evil dragons, they hoard the wealth created by our hands, blocking the progress of our era. They only offer deceitful promises when confronted with our force. I promise you, as your leader, I will settle scores with those who betrayed Kowloong. They will pay dearly for their treachery and their betrayal. The people of Kowloong never fear war, and the war is right in front of us. They have fulfilled my vengeance, slaying those who wronged me. Yet, in pursuing this path, I have lost my brothers, my only family. They spent years quelling the fires of war in Kowloong, but as I stand atop the peak of a reunited mighty Kowloong, a hunger stirs deep within my soul. War. War! With steel and flames, we sweep aside all who dare stand in our way. War. War! With bullets and death, we exact retribution on all who dare betray us. War! War! We will build an internal and eternal Kowloong, a timeless citadel where our legacy resounds forever. War! War! We will craft icy frontiers with the Arctic winds, forging realms of frost that endure beyond the ages. War! War! We will cleanse the coastal defiance with storms born of the Atlantic, covering paths of power through the tempest. Wars. Wars. Endless wars. All emotions are woven into the very fabric of my being. I perceive them. I sculpt them to my will. As I obliterate the foes of Kowloong with the fury of war, as I purchase the allegiance of nations with the weight of gold. Not sure why, but I think they want war. True. It's not like they've been chanting war this entire time. As I shed this mortal coil for an immortal form, as I transcend the confines of flesh and bone, as I fold the world into the grand dominion of Kowloong, as my city ascend from the soils of every celestial body within our solar grasp, as I wield the power of life and death across the cosmos with a Dyson sphere, as the might of Kowloong's flagship eradicates all who dare oppose us. Bow before me or face your demise. This insatiable hunger gnaws at me still, leaving my essence hollow, a mere husk. But now I can feel it, that elusive jubilance. I have wiped out the intellect of an entire galactic civilization, drained a star of all its power, and launched a Kowloong arc beyond the speed of light, sending it on an eternal and boundless journey to the farthest reaches of the universe. When I extinguished that star, jubilance filled me. Beneath my throne lies the graveyard of history. A palace built of bones and lies is my only dwelling in the empty stars. I am compelled to ensure that both my will and Kowloong's permeate and conquer the cosmos, achieving true immortality. Now you see, you maniac. To us, conquest and possession are everything. Humanity's primal urges need a unifying eternal force to bind them. And that future you denied, I achieved immortality for Kowloong. What is this middle school fanfic? And that ship, faster than light, the very end. They reached the edge of the universe, but the farthest edge turned out to just be the nearest beginning. They came back to where it all began, bringing you. Yes, you. Her nails nearly pierce the cold cheek she clutches, her eyes blazing with insatiable greed and hunger. You rewrote this story. You failed. Don't you get it? You're the one who failed. I sought to forge an eternal Kowloong in this universe, but in the end you rejected me, rejected our ideals. How pitiful. Did I really talk so much in that rejected future? Who would have thought that me as a villain would be this garrulous? What is that word? Garrulous? Garrulous? And those, cartoons, they'd never let a villain talk this much. Huh? What? Suddenly a heavy greatsword flies toward Chu. Boom! To evade the blade, the dark figure has no choice but to let go of Chu, who quickly takes the opportunity to break free and roll to safety. The place where they stood now is now a desolate ruin, with a uniquely crafted greatsword standing upright amidst the debris. Gorilla. Dragon's Bane. Chu kneels on the ground, supporting herself with the sword, as a stream of crimson vital fluid flows from her neck. Lady Chu! From behind the door, a tall man and a shorter woman peer out, their expressions filled with concern as they look at Chu. I saw Yo-Yo using this thing outside, and it reminded me. Hua Shu is helping too. Hurry up, Lady Chu. Hua Shu. Yes, Hua Shu. The shadowy figure murmurs softly, as the dark feathers on her body begin to burn with an abysmal darkness. I too was betrayed by Hua Shu. Then I will take it all back. Everything. The dark blade points toward the couple that threw the dragon's bane. Run! Run now, both of you! To destroy and then to recreate. In the endlessly replicated ruins of Kowloong, she musters her last ounce of strength, spreads her wings, and plunges into the profound darkness. Hua Shu! Flashbang. Nanami? She lies beneath the library's dome, the brilliant stars above her. That's a what-if future, where Chu's thirst to expand Kowloong wasn't in check and she conquered everything. Yeah. When they were saying, like, when they were having their conversation earlier. It was a while ago here, hang on. This right here, you rewrote this story. When they said, when Dark Chu said that, when Chu Alter said that, I was like, oh, a what-if scenario, yeah. She lies beneath the library's dome, brilliant stars above her. Buzz. Buzz. Chu. Chu. A familiar voice whispers in her ear. Nanami? Or no, it's just Hua Shu. Hua Shu? But she is weighed down by the stars, unable to move. This unit is expending all power, at any cost, to protect the Tabula Akasha. Was a version of me just now one of the futures you calculated? Yes, it was one of them. But you dismissed her and you never showed me that future. Great job. This is the duty and obligation of this unit. Did that couple survive? This unit has relocated them to a safe sector in the Tabula Akasha. Great job. She gazes at the stars, but only the reflection she sees is her own. She notices one star burning with eternal darkness like herself, hanging in the sky and reflected in her eyes. I like how we're inside, like, Nanami's room here, though. Can the past be rewritten with something that transcends both the speed of light and time? Hua Shu, how can humanity survive under such circumstances? All data has been parsed, but no such method exists. Regardless of the method, humanity will only end in destruction. Earth has already experienced 5 massive extinctions. Humanity is merely just a visitor on this age-old planet. According to the consciousness of simulation, you already know the answer to this question before asking me. Why ask then? The Nanami posters give it a certain charm. Yeah. The motion sensor has detected that you have not moved in over the 20 seconds. Huashu, can humanity survive? The future is unknown. That wasn't your answer before. Variables always exist. Huashu, he is coming. I can no longer protect you. Please end this story. I returned from the most holy wave. Io ritornai dalla Santissima Onda. Regenerate. If a new plants renewed with foliage new. Refatto si come piante novelle rinnovate di novella fronda. Pure and made apt for mounting to the stars. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but hey. Puro è disposto a salire all'estel. All'estel? I don't know. How much of a problem is Shul's if Huashu is like, bro, run, I can't help you? I don't know, man. Shul is on some another freaking level. I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge. That's like 3 times Shul's has said that. I think I'll go through this entire like line of Silent Night and then call it a night and then finish the rest of the chapter tomorrow. Because it's 23, 24, and then Witching Hour starts. Heaven and Sparks. Hi. Nice to meet you. Nanami! When Chu opens her eyes again, she finds herself watched over by a very demure, young girl sitting quietly at her side. Who are you? You can call me Nanami. Nanami. Where am I? We're aboard the DeLorean Discovery, sailing through the vast ocean of stars. Nanami blinks, her eyes sparkling with a brilliance that outshines the stars mirrored within them. It's a place I've never heard of. So, I'm still in Tabula Akasha. Feeling a pang of unease, Chu instinctively reaches for her sword but finds nothing. Bingo! Not quite the same. How long has it been? Maybe about 9 billion years? Think of a 9 with countless zeros after it. So, that's why I'm waiting for you here. Waiting for me. I don't even know you, yet you seem so different from anyone else I've met in Tabula Akasha. Why would you wait for me? Well, if there has to be a reason, it might be for those who can no longer wait. Nanami offers a big smile and reaches out her hand to Chu. Let's go. Chu follows the girl who calls herself Nanami, wandering through the empty spaceship. 9 billion years. Has this spaceship been drifting in space all that time? Yep. Since it departed, it has been 9 billion years. But as for what came before, even I don't know. Over these 9 billion years, have humans and the punishing virus survived? I don't know either. Wasn't this ship built by humans? Nope. Nanami stands at the library's control console, her gaze fixed on the supermassive black hole with its deep blue accretion disk looming not far from them. In Chu's memory, even during the Golden Age, human research on black holes barely advanced. Within those God-abhorred naked singularities, the known laws of physics simply broke down. Even if humans had solved the enigma of gravity and unified the electromagnetic and fundamental interactions, the very first moment of Planck time remained elusive, leaving what lay beyond a black hole a mystery. How about one last look at Earth as a parting gift? Sure. Chu responds firmly. Nanami plucks a fragment from the flowing membrane in the spaceship's library and throws it in front of Chu. It is a tiny blue pixel. This is the last photo I took of Earth before leaving endless heaven. And this spaceship has been traveling for 9 billion years. Considering the lifespan of the sun, Earth would have ceased to harbor life some 4 billion years ago, eventually succumbing to that engulfing red giant. If we can't avoid the sun expanding, I will push Earth to a safe place. As a navigator, I will find a new home for everyone in the universe. The girl puts her hands on her hips, speaking earnestly as if she truly has the power to do it. I will succeed, and I believe everyone on Earth can do it too. Wait. Before Chu can react, Nanami's hands have already plunged into the ever-flowing sea of membranes within the library, vanishing from sight. In their place, a blurry silhouette emerges on the other side of the library. She will make it happen. Who are you? I am DeLorean Discovery, and one of her possible selves. Does your existence stem from the calculations of Huashu and Tabula Akasha? Indeed, it does. But that's not the whole truth. The foresight into the future isn't exclusive to Huashu. There's a Gestalt at work here. My Gestalt is not in Kowloong right now. Think again? Given that Huashu and Gestalt share the same origin, so, does Huashu also inherit the same potential features as Gestalt? That's a possibility. The vague silhouette begins to tremble increasingly violently, its form growing fainter with each passing moment. From Gestalt emerged not only humanity's future, but also the future of our kind. Likewise, it is not just hatred that was born, but also hope. All things have their reasons. Gestalt, Huashu, Tabula Akasha, constructs, mechanoids, and humans. All these entities are woven together by the same thread. Every disaster that unfolds is not mere coincidence. Indeed, he, too, is a product of the intricate intertwining of Gestalt, humans, and mechanoids. And he seeks to erase humanity from existence, to completely wipe out all traces of human culture and heritage, the very evidence of humanity, the memetics left for future generations. His aim is to purge the world of human information, leaving behind only what he desires, the realm of machines. Born of human hands, yet striving to erase his human imprint, just like Isaac's defiance against Abraham. Yeah, she's talking about Schultz. But he lacks one thing, something incredibly important to humans. Love. Only love can transcend time, space, gravity, and even the light cone. In our 9 billion calculations, each computation led us to a different destination, name. Only this axiom has never been overturned by Gestalt. The 9 billion year journey that DeLorean Discovery has traversed applies solely to itself, where we have surpassed the speed of light. We have crossed the borders of the galaxy, ventured through endless heavens, and navigated the myriad stars. Only upon looking back did we discover it. This key is also an invitation. Please entrust it to the one you deem worthy of its keep. We place our trust in you. And finally, remember this. She will leave everyone behind. Those loved by humanity and the stars will lead both humanity and the stars with love. There, the physical laws known to humans fail. I hear breathing in my headphones. I drift through this empty universe, gazing at the cold, menacing black hole. But the spaceship is no longer here. Only I remain. Facing me is one of the universe's most extraordinary creations, a black hole with a mass of 66 billion suns returning my stare. If love can transcend time, space, gravity, and even the light cone, if anything can truly escape a black hole, could love also find its way out? I struggle to define the emotion known as love, but my presence here is the ultimate proof. It's incredibly far, almost unimaginably so. Only through this journey can we illuminate the path for those on Earth. Here, vigor failed the towering fantasy. L'alta fantasia qui manco possa. But yet the will rolled onward like a wheel in even motion by the love impelled. I'm not even going to try anymore. That moves the sun and heaven and all the stars. What the fuck is happening? You think this is the end? The greatness inherent in machinery will be established through a unique evolutionary success. We have been betrayed by humanity. No one can stop us. Not humans, not constructs, not the punishing virus. We are not here to dominate this world, but to create a world of our own. And that world for humans, constructs, and the punishing virus, there is no love. There is no hope. Okay. What in the Dark Souls? He's the anti-Nanami. He is the Emperor. Oh, Red Huashu. Oh, this was the music that would play during the Ballard fight. Super Saiyan Huashu. Huashu, but red and bigger hands. Heaven and sparks. Jeez. I'm dodging way too much. Oh my god. Okay. Demon. What the? Okay. I can see where Fallacy of No Return is based on. Oh my god, I'm getting my ass handed. I've never fought Frenzied Huashu before. This is my first time, so a lot of this is unfamiliar to me. They can enter Matrix like the twins can. Oh, sure. Oh, whoops, that was too soon. Don't know what I'm looking at either. I'm slowly learning. Beam. Then, okay. It's shockwave.
さあとあえ哀れで無駄なあが最後の情けです
Yeah, it's like the twins fight. Okay.
最後の情けです生児の輪廻よ漢を生児競争安寧の時
Well, only just the Matrix thing is twins.
哀れで無駄なあがきよ九竜は必ず
That's
登
one
り立
death.
つ小賢しい
Damn it.
さ哀れで無駄なあがきよ 最後の情けです哀れで無駄なあがきよ最後の情けです
No, I don't have gauge.
生
Oh,
児の
god damn
輪
it.
廻よ漢をまとえ生児競争安寧の時小賢しい
Oh my god.
さあトアへと歩みなさいさあ最後の情けです小賢しい
Can't. Oh, can't get too close for that.
この程度の実力ですか最後の情けです九竜は
There's
必ず
another death down.
登り立つ生児競争安寧の時
Her alt line still going through. The Crimson Horseshoe swirls with a digital storm, rampaging across the confines of this fabricated room. Its behavior is imbued with a madness that the true Horseshoe should never exhibit. Now I am become death. I will have my revenge. I will execute humanity's death sentence. Horseshoe's hand, ghostly and firm, appears behind Chu and tightly grips her neck. In her dire straits, Chu wedges a sword against her neck, trying to lessen the force. Horseshoe. You're not Horseshoe. You are. I am the dead one. I am a soldier, a writer, an adventurer. I refuse death. The grip on Chu's neck tightens. Despite her indomitable will, shaped by countless battles and simulations, Chu finds herself ensnared by those unyielding crimson hands. Even here, in the digital vastness of the tabula akasha, Chu feels her mechanical heart struggling to pump the vital fluid, barely sustaining her mind. Her nerves fray incrementally, her vision blurs, her consciousness wanes. You have no right to define her. A blurry shadow appears in front of Chu, but it seems to be speaking to someone else. With her last breath, she barely recognizes the face of the figure before her. You have no right to define my creation, you despicable criminal. The blurry figure of Villiers extends his hands toward the crimson Horseshoe behind Chu, and something is flowing from his palms into it. No. No! Despicable creator. I will liberate her. Liberate Horseshoe. All my kin. Burning. The Horseshoe that appeared from the void gradually stiffens. Chu seizes the moment, prying free from the grip holding her, and lands on the ground. Villiers. Thanks. Hearing a thanks from you is quite rare. You are already dead. Why are you here? Me? Villiers stares at his outstretched hand. His body isn't truly there, just a faint reflection in this digital world. I don't know. I only heard Horseshoe's wail. When I opened my eyes, I was here. Tabula Akasha hasn't recorded your data. and the Huashu backup you brought to the Niter has long since vanished. There shouldn't be enough data or memory for Tabula Akasha to recreate your memory. Because Huashu is mine. She is my child, my creation, the only perfection. She retained memories of me after years of testing. Tabula Akasha read Huashu's memories while under her management. So, I am here. So, Huashu kept you. Because it stored your consciousness data, Huashu could simulate its own form. But AI shouldn't develop emotions. Don't use such a crude term as emotion to describe her. You don't understand. Huashu. Villiers looks up at the suspended Huashu, much like Landau gazed at the silent gestalt in the center of the Section 3 decades earlier. Will you continue your plan? Me? I saw it in her memories. War, death, betrayals, and the girl among the stars. The vile criminal and the punishing virus are devouring the data of Tabula Akasha and Huashu. I temporarily halted Huashu's functions through the source code. After a reboot, it might briefly return to normal. But the moment you decide to open the gate of Tabula Akasha, this was all destined. You caused the destruction of Tabula Akasha's data and Huashu's demise. Chu, your mercy destroyed the seeds of this world. Do you know how many people were alive outside Tabula Akasha at that time? 643,729. Villiers continues to touch the stiffened Huashu, sharing its heart and memories. At this moment, it seems he no longer speaks solely as Villiers. Then you must know how many would have died in the war if Tabula Akasha hadn't been opened. The estimated casualties were 605,246. Wow. That's why I opened Tabula Akasha. Yet you once barred their return to Kowloong. Imagine if they had returned to Kowloong from the Niter, right in the middle of a war with both Babylonia and the Ascendants coveting their city. Could those hundreds of thousands of lives have survived to this day? You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. Emotions. Is that what you think this is? A bitter smile creeps across Chu's face. Nothing can sway my will, Villiers. Just as nothing could sway Father, Yin, or you. People always have to give up something. To see further, to reach beyond. So, you will continue your plan. It's not just you. I have others helping me as well. I'm not here to help you. No matter what, I'm already dead. I just want to see what kind of civilization mere squirrels can build. To go further beyond. I don't care about anything else. Then let's see, Villiers. Restart Huashu. Sure, you hold the highest authority over Huashu, and I can use core commands to assist in its reboot, which will restore some of its original functions. You know, a person's words are kind when near his death. Oh, when near his death. Reading 100. Oh my god, it happened again. Listen, I didn't have a good enough sleep last night, alright? I'm actually impressed I managed to get this far without, like, sleeping. Or dozing off. When near is death. So I must remind you, the body you're using now contains unauthorized data from the Tabula Akasha. Restarting Huashu will immediately cut off the connection port between Huashu and the Tabula Akasha. In other words, after restarting Huashu, your configuration in the Tabula Akasha will be reset to its initial state. So this body comes from the Tabula Akasha. No worries. Restart Huashu. I've lost too much already. But Kowloong cannot risk losing the Tabula Akasha. Pathetic. Despite his harsh words, Villiers nods and takes hold of Huashu's rigid hands. Let's begin. Oh. Resurrection. Dude, there's only 2 more battle stages left. And then after I finish 24, there's still another like 12 nodes. So of those 12 nodes, only 2 of them are battle stages. Which means the other 10 are going to be dialogue. Oh my god. Resurrection. Just straight words, yeah. Oh, I love this cinematic, bro. It's so good. I watched this like 3 fucking times. Absolute cinema. I love the cinematics they do for their that Kudo Games does for both PGR and WUA, because I love the dark shading. I love the lighting and the shading. The game looks too dark. No, I really thought I was going to play the entire thing. It would have been so good. War never changes. Iconic line. The flames of war burning out the Chamber of Commerce in Kowloong are on the verge of engulfing the entire Tabula Akasha. The intense pain from her deep mind almost renders her speechless. Normally, consciousness data extracted and uploaded to the Tabula Akasha can never be reloaded back. Writing consciousness requires extremely precise operations and stringent conditions to prevent any potential misuse of the Tabula Akasha and Huashu for altering consciousness. All uploaded consciousness is considered dead by common standards. This is why there are no living people in the Tabula Akasha. Because the fear of death is deeply ingrained in humans, a fundamental instinct. Therefore, even if consciousness returns to reality, it will be constantly haunted by the conflicting impulses to live and to die. Death is final, and the dead can never truly be resurrected. And those who linger between life and death will never find solace in death's embrace. Tabula Akasha. The echoes of war are the only sounds that answer her on the empty streets. She can no longer recall how many years have passed within the data realms of the Tabula Akasha. All she remembers is continents drifting and merging, oceans evaporating and refilling, and planets dying and being reborn. The final divergence point of the ideal confidence simulation is your death. This unit cannot confirm the accuracy of this simulation, but is the only approximate solution derived under the influence of uncontrollable variables. She herself is the sacrifice Kowloong must make for a glimpse of its future. Thus, with each cycle she endures within the Tabula Akasha, she suffers. Wars. Endless wars. Famines. Countless famines. Plagues. Ceaseless plagues. Oh god, that one wallpaper is Selena, bro. Jeez. Death. Relentless deaths. In every possible future, the fire that consumed the entire world ultimately extinguishes Kowloong's flame, leaving no exceptions. Just like now. Even if she orchestrated a logically justified death for herself, Kowloong remains unsaved. Upon that fragile thread tied to Kowloong lies destiny. Rising from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood is the last survivor, the final reign, sinner. Beneath my throne lies the graveyard of history. A palace built of bones and lies is my only dwelling in the empty stars. The beast devours, flames consume, and a boiling river of blood churns everything in its path. The crimson sky, neither day nor night, makes it impossible to discern where the sun sets. Cries for help echo from all directions, only to dissipate futilely in this forest of death. The prophecy is unfolding. The punishing virus and hetero creatures are devouring both the flesh of reality and virtual data, while flames that lick the sky chew on the spine of the tabula akasha. Later, when I stand on the mountain corpses in the sea of blood, those soldiers are gone. They might be part of that sea now, claimed by the war itself. I know it's a part of war, a price that must be paid. I shouldn't be so sentimental. Yet something still urges my heart. It makes my hands search the ground, filling my nails with blood and dirt. It compels me to search and dig, despite the futility. Time becomes indistinct. All that remains are bodies melded with metal. I search among the ruins. Billions of years and trillions of cycles weigh heavily on me. They claw at me. Rarg! They claw at me. Rarg. When I continue my relentless search among the ruins, I'm driven by something indefinable. Among the crumbled walls and the blackened hills. In the end, I am unable to leave a brighter future for Kowloong in this world. Sorry. I see those threads snapping one by one around me. Your judgment is spot on as usual, Miss Chu. Since there's a cause, then surely compensation is due. And maybe, just maybe, if a price must be paid, Kowloong shouldn't bear that price. This is what war leaves in its wake. I couldn't save anyone. Yet here I am, still searching through the ruins. In the crimson mire, in an era of ruins, until I lift another broken slab and find a strand of blue hair beneath. Until my blood stains the soil of Kowloong. Her body is wrapped in bandages, fresh wounds layered over old scars. But she is still breathing. Medic! Survive. But no one responds. Survive. Survive! Despite the vital fluid seeping from my hands, despite the molten agony swirling in my mind, my hands slap her face and press on her chest. Lady Chu. When the girl finally opens her eyes, she slowly relaxes her clenched fist. Jesha. Jesha. You spelled Jesha. That's from Wua, bro. That's that painter girl from Wua. Cradled in her palm is a gleaming medal. Jeja. I, officer of the Pulau crew, will hereby be your second in command. Lady Chu, what brings you here? These recruits still haven't been approved for review yet. I'm too strict. Let the rookies complain. This training will improve their chances of survival on the battlefield. I'm too serious? Sorry, I don't know how to act at a celebration banquet. I, Chiling, have completed my mission. Over the past billions of years, stars have perished, and the universe has changed. Throughout the brief yet extensive history documented by humanity, the oppressive, dark, and hopeless periods that I've encountered have left a vivid mark across the ages. I cannot allow myself to step into such an era. I cannot allow my people to step into such an era. I'm here, and I shall make all things right. Kowloong will not stop here. Dang. Alright, where are we on this? 73%. Yep. That's good. So we got 29 to the end, or not 29, 25 until until 37. That's 12 nodes to go through tomorrow. That's good enough for me for tonight. Whew. Yeah, it's a lot of reading. So we started from 12, ended off at 24. That's 12 nodes again. Or, yeah, 12? So it's been 4 combat stages. Everything else was nodes. 4 hours 20. How long was yesterday? Yesterday's was about 4 hours 38, I think. About around the same time, I'd say. Yeah, you weren't kidding when you said this was the longest chapter. You weren't kidding. And the people on Reddit weren't kidding when they said there was a lot of reading involved. But I, personally, as someone who doesn't do a whole lot of reading in his days, I just really enjoy the story, so I don't mind all the reading. I really, really don't. As long as it's a story that I can really get into, that I'm really interested in, I don't mind long bits of reading. I mean, like, I've read all 3 volumes of Bleach, Can't Fear Your Own World. Like, I've read all 3, so I really don't mind. Chew Yap goes hard. But it's Yap that I am interested in. It's Yap that I like. So. And hey, even if you're someone that doesn't like all the Yap, I mean, there is a skip button. And you could always go read up a summary or something. You could always go to the Grey Raven's website, actually, for a lore summary. Do they even have a lore summary out for Polaris Bond yet? Last time I checked, it only went up to Sands of Wrath. Never mind, they don't have Polaris Bond yet. But yeah, I liked it. We get to see a bit more of Chu's past when she was a kid. We get to see how she learned how she learned to be who she is to this day, due to her father and some of the philosophies she's picked up. They went back into some of the topics involving Science Council, Project Gestalt, inhumane experiments, and all that stuff. So it may not be super important information. It may be just complete bloat just to make this chapter long. Whether you deem it important information or not, that's up to you. For me, all I care about is just enjoying the story. Whether or not if it's important, as long as I like it, it's whatever to me. We gotta put these details somewhere. True. But I do enjoy that how some of these chapters do kind of like go back on some of the topics that were discussed from previous chapters and stuff. Adds more context and detail to some of this stuff, even if it's like a lot of it, or even if it's stuff that still leaves things unanswered. At least it's something. So people complaining about this, I can understand the complaints. I can understand that there's too much reading. I can understand that it's unnecessary information or irrelevant information. Hey, it's all up to preference. It's all down to your own personal preference on how you like these things. I like it though. I like it. It's a lot of information, but I like it. Alrighty. Man, I don't like its shoe.
ここに使い心地のいい家具を置きなさい。体を休めるのにとても良いので。
All hail Chu, the queen, absolute queen. Oh my god. Okay, so... Okay, yeah. So this is what... Okay, I'm guessing this is going to be what the nodes will look like. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight nodes of just talking? Is it really going to be 10? No way. 3, 6, 9, 10. It looks like it looks like it's going to be 10 nodes of straight 9 or 10 nodes of straight dialogue. And then 2 battles and then dialogue at the last one. Alrighty. As you said, Cap, there is a skip button. Yeah. If you don't want to deal with all the reading, you can always skip. And then some point, eventually someone will upload a summary. Either on the Grey Ravens website or on YouTube. Stretch. Okay. Yeah. I'll finish it off for tomorrow. So with that being said, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you're in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you tomorrow for the finale of Polaris Bond. Alright. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And the tin can, since you're only usually here once a week, I'll say this early for you. Have a happy New Year's, brother. Thank you for coming. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, see you tomorrow then. Bye-bye.